And our chair this year is Mr. Ajmal Nazir, who is representing the private sector. He's actually the vice chair of the Internet Exchange Point of Trinidad and Tobago, IXTT. And Aj, introduce you to opening remarks. Thank you.
Stakeholder Advisory Group, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you. To those in this room, as well as those watching online, to the 4th Annual Trinidad and Tobago Internet Governors Forum, or TTIGF for short. The board of TTMAG embarked on initiating the TTIGF in 2016. Our first TTIGF being held in January of 2017. And since then, it has gone from strength to strength. We have increasingly tackled hot topics that are impacting the internet community and also customizing them to Trinidad and Tobago. We have and continue to have increasing participation and support from local, regional, and international community. And this year is no different. In November 2019, 4 of our TTMAG members went to Berlin, Germany, for the United Nations IGF 2019. As such, we incorporate a much wider perspective in the way we run our TTIGF. It is becoming more important that we educate the local market and address the pertinent emerging issues and protect our internet. I say this because recently there was a proposal voted on at the United Nations General Assembly, the UNGA, which got a lot of momentum and votes, a proposal that at its heart allows the internet to be regulated. This is a very slippery slope, and we, along with the international community of internet governance, will be lobbying hard against such measures. Right, moving on to what we have in store for you today. To challenge your minds and to encourage discourse, we will be indulging you with 3 exciting topics. Today's IGF, we will include 2 panels with local and overseas panelists on the following internet governance issues: fake news and impact on you. This is becoming an increasingly larger and more impactful topic, especially as we in Trinidad enter an election year. You need to be vigilant on what is news and what is fake news. Right now, with the coronavirus in China, it is difficult to know what is true and what is false. Our second topic is on data hosting, locally or internationally. This topic is partially linked or extended from last year's panel on data protection. Does it make a difference where the data is? What are the commercial impacts? What are the national security and strategic impacts? We hope to get some insight to these questions later today. Additionally, we will have our first youth-led collaborative exchange, which actually echoes the main theme of TTIGF 2020, the future of the internet. This is a very exciting topic for us, not only because we all want to know about the future, but the session itself will be handled by the youth. It is a youth-led collaborative exchange. And who better to give us a perspective of the future than our very own future generation? Extra special effort was put in this year to get the youth involved into our TTIGF, and we are committed to supporting the new and upcoming generation. Our theme for TTIGF 2020 is the internet and you, ensuring the internet's future. These topics were suggested by the community. This is an appropriate theme for all of society, the young and the not so young, who are often using the internet to read, share, and create content. All of us are dealing with challenges and implications relating to fake news, misrepresentation, half-truths, censoring, freedom of speech, data privacy, data harvesting, accurate information, artificial intelligence, and network neutrality, to name just a few. I look forward to hearing from you in the room and online in our open forum session this afternoon. I would be remiss not to acknowledge our special guests, to whom we are grateful for being here today with us. We have Shernan Osepa, Manager, Regional Affairs, Latin America and Caribbean Bureau, Internet Society. We have Albert Daniels, Senior Manager, Stakeholder Engagement for the Caribbean Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. We have Kevin Swift, Head of Strategic Relations and Integration, Latin America and Caribbean Internet Addresses Registry. And we have Nigel Casimir, Caribbean Telecommunications Union. Last but not least, a special thanks and acknowledgement to the schools we have present today. Last year we had 2 schools present, and this year we have 12. This is a reflection of the passion for youth engagement and development by the TTMAG directors. A special thanks to Raj and Sugan Ramdas of RSC International, who worked with us to coordinate with processes and logistics of getting the schools to participate. In terms of schools, we have present Waterloo Secondary, Debe High School, Siparia West, Princesstown Community College, Astra Girls Tunapuna, Astra Girls Barakpur, San Juan North Secondary, St. Anthony's, San Fernando East, Naparima High School, Naparima Boys College, and Presentation College Shagwanas. I would also like to welcome and thank our many panelists who will be introduced to you in due course. The TTMAG wishes to thank and acknowledge our partners who have helped in making TTIGF happen this year. We have Trinidad and Tobago Network Information Center, TTNIC. We have AVIT Support Limited, the Internet Governance Forum Support Association, the IGF-SA, the Internet Society, ISOC. We have Oasis and Fruta, the brands of SM Jalil, the Telecommunication Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, our regulator, TAT, Latin American and Caribbean Internet Information Center, LACNIC, and the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, ICANN, and our hosts, Naparima Boys College. As we participate today in these discussions, it is important to hear from you to help make the TTIGF better. Outputs from our 3 previous TTIGFs were shared with the regional IGFs, that's the Caribbean IGF, and the Latin American and Caribbean IGF, LAC IGF, and the global IGFs. In 2019, the TTMAG, in collaboration with TAT, hosted a remote participation hub for the global IGF in November, but we want to do more. We welcome organizations to join the TTMAG and help shape the TTIGF and hence our local voices in internet governance discussions, both locally and globally. So there is much for all of us to do. On the behalf of TTMAG, I thank you all again for your participation in the TTIGF 2020. Thank you. Tracy?
Thank you very much, Ash. Let's say a round of applause for Ash again. Thank you. And let's like to echo his welcome to the school children, our students. Welcome. Some of you at the back, don't know why, but okay. Join us if you can. And just as a heads up, we'll be having an interactive discussion with all of you guys, including you. So it's a mix, not just only youth, right after the first panel. So please stick around for that, including our panelists. People like stick around for that as well. It's a long drive back to Port of Spain. Okay, today we're going to have 3 video messages. All three have sent their apologies for not physically being here. One is from the US, one is from South Africa, and one is from Trinidad and Tobago. The first address, they'll run one after the other, but I'll just introduce all three of them at the same time. Mr. Vin Cerf, Chief Internet Evangelist for Google Corporation. The second video message will be from Henriette Esterhuizen. She is the chair of the United Nations Internet Governance Forum's Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, and she's from South Africa, and this is her first address to a national IGF since she assumed her chairmanship this year. So that's fantastic. And finally, in the video messages, we have Senator the Honorable Alison West, Minister of Public Administration, and as you may be aware, she is the minister responsible for the digital agenda for Trinidad and Tobago. So what I'll ask now to do is probably run all three messages, one after the other, and let's have a look at them now.
Hello, my name is Vince Cerf. I'm Google's Chief Internet Evangelist, and I'm really sorry that I can't join you for the Trinidad and Tobago Internet Governance Forum, especially at this time of year. I live in the Northeast in Washington, D.C., so it would be nice to get to warmer climates, but I'm afraid I can't join you. You picked some very important topics for this session this year, and I'd like to touch on a few of them. One of them has to do with the citing of data in the online environment. In our world, of course, at Google, that would be our data centers. Some people have the feeling that by localizing the data and keeping it within national borders, it somehow protects it more. I have to tell you, I don't think that's true. The real question is how well are the computing facilities secured, regardless of where they are. Since they're all online, they're all on the net. In some sense, they're all reachable no matter where they are. So the real issue is not physically where they're sited, but in which system they're sited and how well managed and secured is it. At Google, you can imagine we pay a lot of attention to trying to protect the data that we hold on behalf of our users. So I hope you'll give that some serious thought. Another issue has to do with how we protect ourselves online. How do we deal with various problems that arise? Some of them are obvious, like malware, for example, being distributed around the network, or denial of service attacks. But more recently, many of us have become very conscious of misinformation and disinformation and other kinds of socially disruptive content that's being distributed around the network for a variety of nefarious reasons, interfering with elections, for example, or otherwise interfering with important social activities. We're going to have a hard time dealing with that with any degree of automatic mechanism, for the simple reason that it's very hard for software to distinguish truth from fiction, misinformation and disinformation, especially when they're mixed together with truthful information. It becomes very difficult. And so now we have to make use of something that isn't software, but it's up here, wetware. And we call the process of dealing with that critical thinking. So I would like all of you to give some serious thought to how we can teach ourselves and our children how to think critically about what we see and hear, not only in the internet, but in all the other media, whether it's radio, television, newspapers, magazines. Our friends are all potential sources of misinformation, in many cases not even intentional, but I'm sorry to say often very much with a purpose in mind. So those two things I think are very important. The third point more generally is this term internet governance. The question is, how do we manage behavior on the network? How do companies behave? How do we give them incentives to behave better? How do we give people like you and me incentives to behave better in the net? Our whole objective should be to make the network a safe and secure place where people can entertain themselves, conduct business, learn new things, help other people. All of those wonderful and positive good things that we've seen potential in the net. We also have to fend off some of the abuses that are showing up. So you have a lot on your agenda, and I'm hoping someone will take good notes, because your insights will be important to all the rest of us. So please share what you learn, and I hope that perhaps we'll see some of you at the International Governance Forum, which will take place in Poland later this year. Meanwhile, maybe we'll see each other on the net.
distinguished delegates, colleagues online and present remotely. My name is Henriette Esterhuizen and I am the newly appointed chair of the IGF Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group. It's an honor for me to be welcoming you and addressing you. This is my first address in my capacity as IGF chair, and you are the second IGF of 2020, following shortly after the Arab IGF held in Egypt recently. Thank you for inviting me to join you. I regret not being able to be there in person. I would very much like to have been there, particularly to support and honor my colleague and friend Tracy Hackshaw, and also because I have never been to the West Indies, in spite of being South African and a cricket lover. So congratulations with the victory over Ireland. I hope you can beat England again, which unfortunately South Africa failed to. The IGF remains one of the most important outcomes of the second phase of the United Nations World Summit on the Information Society. Since its launch in 2006, it has served as a unique bottom-up platform for people and institutions from different stakeholder groups, sectors and disciplines to talk about internet governance issues openly and frankly. It's intended to be a safe space for dialogue and for debate and for collaboration and learning. On its 15-year-long journey, the IGF has successfully shaped global discourse on digital policy, but this journey is not without bumps in the road. For the IGF to remain relevant, building an agenda that reflects the diversity of issues faced in different parts of the world is essential. It's committed to inclusion, but inclusion is easier said than done. Ensuring that the IGF process adds value to people in regions that do not have adequate infrastructure or the resources or rights and freedoms to easily make use of the internet in their efforts to improve their lives remains challenging. As with most other things in the world, understanding difference and the experience of others does not come easily. It's difficult for people on a continent with thousands of international broadband connections to understand the impact of damage to one undersea cable, as was the case in West Africa recently. But that is why the IGF exists, to build this type of understanding and awareness, and to provide an opportunity for people with different experiences of the internet, be they from government or business or civil society or the technical community, to listen and learn from one another and work together to find solutions. Communities such as yours that have established their own IGF processes on national and regional levels are a critical partner to the overall IGF, including the global event. Without your voices and views, others will not understand the challenges you face or be able to learn about the solutions you have built. The IGF Secretariat is proud to have a successful collaboration with more than 125 national, regional and sub-regional and youth IGFs. The Trinidad and Tobago IGF is a particularly important partner, as you can help others in the IGF space to understand the specific challenges faced by small island states, including the impact of natural disasters. I look forward to following your deliberations, and I have no doubt that once again you will demonstrate how enabling policy environments and creative utilization of digital technologies can help implement sustainable development. I would like to invite you all to take part in the 15th annual meeting of the IGF that will be hosted by the Government of Poland in Katowice from 2 to 6 November this year, under the overarching theme, Internet United. The preparations are well underway. The MAG met in person in Geneva from 14 to 16 January, and we have made several important program-related decisions based on input received from the community during the stock-taking of the 2019 IGF. This year, the community will be able to work together on 4 best practice forums, all which I believe have relevance to your region and your issues at national and regional level. They are a continuation of last year's best practice forums, but they'll cover different material. They are the cybersecurity, local content, gender and access, big data and artificial intelligence best practice forums. These best practice forums work intersessionally, so they start their work during the first quarter of the year. They are coordinated by members of the global IGF MAG, but they are open to everyone from anywhere in the world. And they're an opportunity for you to share your experiences, your problems, and your solutions to the topics of the BPS. So do look at the IGF website to read more about what they will be covering this year. And we are also building the structure, the program structure of the 2020 IGF on 3 tracks linked to the tracks from 2019. They will be data, inclusion, and trust. There's also an open call to the community at the moment to validate and give us feedback on these main themes and what they feel the issues are within each that we should be addressing. We're also asking the community to help us identify how to deal with 2 new issues that emerged as important priorities: climate change, sustainability, one issue, environmental sustainability and climate change, and the digital economy and how its transformation is affecting the workplace. The call for input on the thematic structure of the 2020 IGF will be open until the 6th of February. So I really urge you to give your particular perspective, your priorities, your views, which are unique, and to share those with us. With this, I'm once again thanking you for inviting me. I wish you a very successful National IGF, and I wish you all collaboration and sharing and working together, not just during your national event, but during the rest of this year. All the best, and I wish I could be there, but I will follow.
Good morning. On behalf of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, it is my pleasure to address you on this occasion, the 4th Annual Trinidad and Tobago Internet Governance Forum, themed The Internet and You, Ensuring the Internet's Future. I'm only sorry that I could not be there in person. Looking towards the future, there is no doubt that we can take comfort in and celebrate that there are a growing number of citizens in Trinidad and Tobago that access the internet on a daily basis. However, as the internet expands and evolves, so too does the complex set of challenges it brings to individuals, companies, corporations, and societies at large, who have become so dependent on its use. Internet governance is no longer simply for the technical experts, the coders, programmers, and developers. In fact, policy creation and governance has become more inclusive and focuses on comprehensive stakeholder engagements that redound in addressing the needs of the end user. It is important to note that as the growth of the internet continues, the rules governing its usage will be affected by political, economic, and cultural changes. Much of these changes, in one way or the other, have an effect on every citizen. As such, it is safe to say that all citizens are now empowered enough to have a say in the way the internet is growing. For countries such as Trinidad and Tobago, the challenges of social and economic development are now inextricably linked to issues of internet access, affordability, and resilience. Understanding this, the government has started the conversation and developed a comprehensive strategy, the National Development Plan, Vision 2030, to address these, among other issues, relating inclusive of the ICT in the development of Trinidad and Tobago. As the Minister of Public Administration, with a mandate to drive national ICT development and to modernize and transform the public service, I would like to amplify government's position on the use of ICT, more specifically the use of digital government, both as an enabler and a key component for transformation. Digital government ensures the use of ICT to transform the delivery of public goods and services and the strengthening of institutional capacity. In effect, it focuses on working as an integrated government with well-governed processes and quality outcomes directed at improving operational efficiency and customer service satisfaction. With the implementation of proper digital governance mechanisms, citizens will certainly benefit from positive ripple effects, such as the strengthening of public institutions through enhanced ICT capability and capacity training for employees operating within this scope. The aim of digital government strategies is to bring the public sector closer to citizens, residents, visitors, and businesses. It recognizes that today's technology is not only a strategic enabler for improving public sector efficiency, but also supports the effectiveness of policies and creates a more open, transparent, innovative, participatory, and trustworthy government. Furthermore, in conjunction with public sector transformation, while the plan seeks to enable a necessary shift from citizen-centric approaches to citizen-driven approaches, the proliferation of technological options introduce new risks and greater stakeholder expectations that government must be prepared to address. Another important objective is to leverage the public sector ICT spend in support of the development of the Trinidad and Tobago ICT sector. To date, that spend has been more inward than outward looking, focused on providing government ministries and agencies with tools to make them more efficient. The focus going forward has to be more citizen focused, that is, introducing measures to make the interaction between government and the citizens, businesses, and other stakeholders easier and more efficient. Towards this objective, government will build on advancements already made in terms of the digital penetration levels of personal computers and mobile phones, internet connectivity, organizational web presence, and business investments in total data centers. This is expected to widen the number of online services available to all stakeholders, while at the same time promoting the uptake of government's digital services. Supported by the requisite policies, governance, infrastructure, and processes, the focus will be placed on having multiple service delivery channels. Citizens and businesses alike will be provided with the choice and convenience of use of digital services, thus aiming at enhancing their overall e-user satisfaction. Simultaneously, there will be initiatives to support user adoption and change management programs. As you may know, the Ministry of Public Administration is the custodian and implementation agent of the ICT Blueprint National ICT Plan 2018 to 2022. And we also champion public service modernization and transformation. Strategically, our role is fundamentally the utilization of ICTs to transform and modernize the way the government operates through the rollout of digital government strategies. To this end, all government entities are now online, and information on their services can be found on the digital government portal, TT Connect. Moreover, government's single electronic window to facilitate business and trade-related services, TT BizLink, facilitates collaboration among multiple government entities to provide electronic approval for over 25 government-to-business services, including certificates of origin, import-export permits and licenses, company registration, and work permits. In the coming months, the Ministry will be embarking on some key ICT initiatives, namely TT Wi-Fi, that is, countrywide public Wi-Fi internet broadband networks for Trinidad and Tobago. The aim is to increase access to and utilization of the internet and interest in ICT. This will increase access to government information and services and facilitate greater participation in the digital economy. It will also provide increased opportunities for education, training, skills, and business. The second initiative, e-government, GovPay. This will be a secure way for citizens to pay bills, fees, and taxes online. Interoperability solution. This solution, with the help of the Republic of Estonia, for all of government ministries, departments, and agencies to work cohesively with others. E-identity is a computerized electronic identification which will significantly ease the citizens' interaction with government, as well as prevent fraud and forgery, fight against terrorism and corruption, offer citizens access to a wide range of public facilities with new, highly secure technologies. Community ICT Access Centers. The ministry has embarked on an initiative to establish user-friendly, ICT-enabled access centers that will allow community members quick and convenient access to information, training, and e-government services in the rural and less developed areas of Trinidad and Tobago. GovNet NG. Government's move to in-country cloud computing services. GovNet is government's network backbone infrastructure that provides high-speed, secure communications and interconnecting government ministries and agencies to enable greater communication and increased efficiency. Next Generation introduces the public sector to cloud computing services and away from the practice of investment in mini network operation centers, commonly called server rooms. This model affords the respective public sector actors to focus on improving their respective services to the public. Trinidad and Tobago is behind the ball in the ICT transformation process, and we are trying to catch up. We need the help and cooperation of all to get us there in a timely fashion. And we are looking forward to working with you through these exciting times and challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that I provided you with just the right amount of information to bring you into the conversation. I hope that the issues and solutions provided will form part of that conversation. Let me end by wishing you a fruitful session and pray God's blessings on you and our nation. I thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So we've had some messages. Just to remind you, the first person, Vinsurf. Anybody knows who Vinsurf is? Anybody? Albert Daniels knows who Vinsurf is. Who's Vinsurf? It's speaking my mind.
Vinsurf is one of the fathers of the internet. Of course, he was introduced as the chief technology evangelist for Google.
Very good. Thank you. So it's just, we're like in a school, right? So Vinsurf co-invented the TCP IP protocol, which actually makes the internet work. So that's one of the guys you heard speak with us today. So he looks like the guy from you saw the Matrix, the architect. He looks like that guy, huh? All right, so the intention was never to have the students separate from us. So I'm going to invite students to come forward to the main area. I don't think it should be separate. And to help me do that, I'm going to ask my fellow director, Mr. Dev Gosain, to rally the troops. And also he would probably give us the real safety briefing while he's at it. Thanks, Dev. Mike, there.
Right. Good morning, everyone. I know how the acoustics work. Tested 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, good morning, everyone. There are no planned emergencies today. So if a call is made, it's the real deal. Take a moment now and look around you for the exit nearest you. We ask that in the event of an emergency, you go move briskly. Do not run to the nearest exit. and you'll proceed in a northerly direction opposite the security booth. That there is the muster point. We ask that you assemble there. Washrooms are located on either side in the lobby area or on both sides of the stage. We ask also that you disengage your phone, the audio feature of your phone. Please put it on silent or turn it off completely for the duration of today's proceedings. We thank you very much for your participation in today's IGF. All students who are sitting in the amphitheater section, you are asked to please come down here now.
Right. So saith.
We're waiting on you. We can't start without you getting down here.
So saith Mr.
Thank you very much.
Dev. In the meantime, I'm going to invite our panelists for the first panel to join us on stage and maybe electronic. First, I'd like to invite our moderator, Ms. Anita Sohan, who is a director of the TT Mag, and she would join us on stage. Thank you, Anita. Mr. Shernan Osepa, Manager Regional Affairs for Latin America and the Caribbean Bureau for Internet Society. Join us, thank you. Mr. Mark Lindsay, Editor, Tech News TT, and Opinion Leader, Columnist Newsday. Miss Asha Javid, Senior Multimedia Investigative Journalist, Caribbean Communications Network. Please join us. And last but by no means least, Sergeant Daniel Hernandez, Head of the Cyber and Social Media Unit, Trinidad Police Service. The topic, fake news and its impact on you. I think this is a very interesting topic, especially in today's scenario. So I invite all of you, thank you for all joining us and making it look like we're one forum, not two separate things. And let's go. Anita, over to you.
Thank you, Tracy. Thank you for all of you for being here this morning with us. Thanks to our expert panel, who Tracy would have just introduced. My name is Anita Sohan. I'm one of the directors for the TT Mag. So what we're going to do is to probably get in. I'll give you an overview of the session. We'll go into some questions, some discussion with the panel members, and then we open it up to the floor because we really want it to be as interactive as possible, especially as we have so many students here with us today. It would be good to get your views, get your perspectives as well. So fake news has been around for some time. Here in Trinidad and Tobago, you hear it far too often. If you just Google fake news Trinidad, you see so many hits coming up. You see it a lot in reference to things relating to government or the public service as well. It's not a concern only for Trinidad and Tobago, but around the world. It's a hot topic. So what I'm going to do, get into discussion exactly what is fake news. You hear a lot of terms associated with it, such as disinformation, misinformation. So Shernan, I'll probably start with you. If you could give us some definitions of what you think fake news is, and then we could go into the other panel members to get your thoughts on exactly what the problem is in Trinidad. What's your interpretation of fake news? Is it that it's just misleading information? Is it something more deliberate or sinister in nature? To hear your thoughts and perspectives. So, Shernan?
Yes, okay, thank you very much, Anita. Basically, there is no... Can you guys hear me? Yes, okay. First of all, it is a pleasure and honor to be here, and for us as Internet Society to give our contribution to this Internet Governance Forum. So, when we look at the definition of fake news, basically, there is no, let's say, global agreement what is fake news. But we can use some, let's say, point of departure in order for us to discuss this theme. So basically, we can say that fake news are, for example, false stories that appear to be news spread on the internet or using other media usually created to influence political views or as a joke. That's one definition. Another definition could be those news articles with intentionally false information. So we see here the focus on intentional false information. And another definition could also be fake news is a news article that is intentionally and variably false. So we see nowadays, given that we're using the internet, of course, we are changing, let's say, definitions. We give things another definition. But if you look, what is fake news? That's just a lie. It's just someone trying to give you misinformation. And there are discussions basically going on with respect to when did all this thing start. We can go back, let me look at Kevin Swift here, for example. Some people are even saying that this whole fake thing started in the Garden of Eden, right? So where you had, for example, let's say God saying to Adam and Eve, if you eat from this tree, then you will die. And then someone came and said, that's fake news, right? And that's someone, people assume that's the devil, okay? Okay, that's for those who believe in that particular story. So you have those who think from that particular time, people were trying to give misinformation. And what we have seen with the internet is just the same thing happening, but now, especially with social media, you have people out there who are using social media as their only source of information. So they don't even read newspapers and other, let's say, news or watch TV. They only believe what, for example, social media says. And then we have a big problem, because then we have what we call a narrow definition of fake news. So the focus is, again, on intentionally, let's say, false information. If you look at it as a more broader definition, then we focus more on the authenticity and intent of the content. And this goes very far, even, let's say, in the physiological environment. You have all kinds of discussions going on regarding why people behave the way that they're behaving. But I think all by all, we can conclude that fake news is its main focus is to deceive and give misinformation. We need also to make a distinction between, let's say, fake news and, let me call it, gossip, right? Because not necessarily gossip is fake news. Gossip is more like when maybe something happened with my friend Albert Daniel, and you're going to tell to someone else. Maybe that's not your business. I mean, it's Albert's business, you know? So that's more like gossip. But fake news is when intentionally you're trying to give misinformation. And I think we will continue to give more deep dive as we proceed with the discussions.
So for the other panel members, do you think that fake news in Trinidad, the problem really is just false or incorrect, misleading information, or do you think there's a purpose behind it, that, you know, someone is deliberately trying to spread this to create harm to others or to mislead deliberately?
Well, I think it's a bit of both here in Trinidad, and I think for me, I'll broaden his definition of fake news to say fake news can also be categorized as news politicians don't like. And if they don't like it, they label it fake news. So that's one. And then there's inaccurate news, which is not necessarily fake news. That's when information is not totally accurate. Like you say, you figure there were not 190 people there, but in fact there was 150. So that's not necessarily fake news, but it's inaccurate news. If you broaden his definition, he's saying that it's totally inaccurate, it's misleading. So I think there needs to be a differentiation there. I think in Trinidad we have a very wide blogger community, and there's a lot of information being put out there that's not necessarily accurate. It would not be published in a daily newspaper, but what's happening on social media is a lot of inaccurate information being put out there, being propagated as news.
I think one of the biggest disservices we give to the idea of news dissemination is the very idea of fake news itself suggests that there is news and there is fake news, and that there is this bold divide between the two, when in fact we live in a space where the nuances between outright untruth and absolute fact blend across a big stratum, and people dip into it at different points. So I think the challenge with fake news is not really a challenge about information, because the news gathering business has always dealt with people who want to put a spin on or outright bend facts to suit themselves. The problem is an authority problem. Simply put, in the last 5 years in particular, and over the course of the last 10 years, traditional news gathering systems have undergone a fundamental challenge in their authority, their capacity to reach an audience that by default believes what they're reading. And that is, of course, the nature of the enabling qualities of the internet. And there hasn't been a bold enough or strategic enough strategy to find a way of recasting that sense of authority and that presence of authority in a new medium that is so fundamentally changing the way that we think about information.
So, Sherman, you would have mentioned it in terms of fake news not being a new phenomenon. Can everyone see the back here?
Yes, it's a feedback.
Feedback. The students in the back, you all can hear, right? Raise your hand if you can hear.
Maybe we should go sound up. Can you all hear me?
I think so. Hello?
Hello? You all can hear me? All right, nice.
Right. Okay. So, you said that fake news is not, it's been around for ages.
I don't think they can hear you.
Yeah.
I don't think mine is on.
Mic people?
Go ahead.
Justin? Yeah.
This is feedback.
Okay. Can you all hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so Sharon was saying that fake news has been around for ages. It's been exacerbated by the internet and by social media. Now there's the perception that people turn to social media, as Asha was saying also, and Mark, to get their sources of information. And you find that people tend to agree with information that sort of aligns to their own views, their beliefs, and their perceptions. So there's not really a lot of education that's being spread on what constitutes fake news. How do you check what's in place? And I'm curious to get the TTPS perspective in terms of what is there really enforcement-wise that could help with this issue, because we see a lot of times that it could tend to cause a lot of anger. Okay, it's back. Yeah, so it could cause defamation of character. One example was last year when you had a case with the Ministry of Health worker where people were circulating his picture saying, "Beware, he's a bandit." You know, that would have really affected him mentally. So I'm curious to hear, your thoughts on this.
Okay, pleasant day to everyone. Uh, the first thing I would like to basically touch on is the understanding as to what role.
But you can hear me? Okay.
All right. Hear me better now? Ah, that's much better. That's much better. Yes. So, the first thing I'd like to touch on is the understanding as to what actually is happening as it relates to fake news. And I just wanted to cover just some statistics in terms of a research that was done online, and just realize that the appetite of persons is one where they will believe whatever is posted on social media. And I'll just read out some quick statistics. You could search it up yourself. They say 62% of adults in the US got news from the social media. And that is a shift. Long ago, traditional means of sharing information used to come from the traditional media houses. But with the advent of the internet, we are seeing where news is instant, and because news is instant, people actually believe exactly what they see on the social media sites. Another stat is most popular fake news stories Hello? Hello? All right, we're going again. Yeah, most popular fake news stories were widely shared on Facebook than on other popular mainstream news media. So we're realizing that the appetite consumption is on social media to get news. And that is a concern, because when you have that situation, when you have traditional media sites and things that would put out information, it's not checked, it's not verified, and then the consumption is, once it's put out, we're going to believe it. So before we even reach there, we must understand the effects that fake news has on society. And you know, I know there are many things that would have happened here in Trinidad as it relates to Trinidad and Tobago, as it relates to things being posted online, and it's not coming from traditional sources. And what we are trying to do, that's why today the police service is pushing forward with the police service app and other platforms to give official responses to issues that could arise. And of course, we know the citizenry feels comfortable in getting information as quickly as possible. But it must always come from a trusted source. And I want to run something quickly just before I go into a couple of the laws that we'll look at. So some of the things we try to instill in people is to read past the headline. When news is put forth, it's put forth in a way to capture your attention. But we are asking the citizenry to look past the headline and get into the details. Another little tip, if we call it a tip, is to check what news outlet that published the article. Having traditional news outlets supplying information, most of the times that is the place you want to pull your information from. Hearing from the Commissioner of Police, hearing from the Minister of National Security, hearing from the Minister of Health. These are trusted sources in terms of when for the public, in terms of when information is to be relayed. Check the date and time of the publication. Who is the author of the publication? Look at what links and sources are used. Look out for questionable quotes and photos. Beware of confirmation bias. Search if other news outlets are reporting it. And things like these are what we look forward to before you can say this is credible news. Now, as Trinidadians, we love gossip, yes? I'll say that again. I find the place get quiet when I said that. As Trinidadians, we like gossip. All right, okay, I'll take that. And it's possibly part of our culture where we talk about things because we are a very close-knit society. But just know that when news get out that is considered quote-unquote fake news, many times you don't get the opportunity to clean it up after. And that is the issue that is lying at the point what we are discussing today. It is critical for us as citizens to do not cast aspersions and judgments in relation to news that has not been checked, that has not been verified. I'll touch on a couple laws. The first one I want to touch on is the Telecommunications Act. Chapter 4731 and section 68 says, a person who by means of any telecommunications or radio communication service ends, any communication that to his knowledge is false or misleading and likely to prejudice the efficiency of any life safety service or endanger the safety of any person, ship, aircraft, vessel, or vehicle commits an offense. And people don't take this lightly. When you give information that is false and could harm other persons' lives, the police service takes a very stern stance against these situations. Why? It's because when information is publicized at that level, people will believe it. I don't know if you all could remember sometime, I think last year or year before, there was some talk about some shooting in a mall and everybody ran out and only to find out after it was not so. So we need to be very careful in how we publicize information. I'll also throw this out too, especially persons who like to repost items. I was discussing with my colleague here the importance of not reposting information that has not been checked and verified. It is critical, especially in these days, because everybody believes what they read. Yes? Yes? Yes. But we want to check that before it's done, before it's sent out. So a person is liable on summary conviction to a fine of $100,000 and to imprisonment for 3 years under the Telecommunications Act. All right? I'll raise one more because I want the other panelists to chime in on it. Under the Summary Offences Act, Chapter 1102, any person, pay attention now, any person who sends any message by telephone which is grossly offensive or of an incident obscene or menacing. And how many of us see things coming up on Facebook, on Instagram? Anybody uses Instagram in here? Yes, well, show me your hands, yes. Anybody uses Facebook in here? All right. What the law is saying is that any person who does this, sends a message by telephone, any telegram which he knows to be false for the purpose of causing annoyance, inconvenience, or needless anxiety to any other person, or persistently makes telephone calls without reasonable cause, and for any such purpose as mentioned above, is liable on summary conviction to a fine of $200 or imprisonment for 1 month. So there are laws there, Madam panelists, if you want to put it like that are there that can be enforced in relation to persons posting fake information outside there in the public.
So, as you touched on legislation,
You're going good.
here, I'm curious to hear from the journalists, Asha and Mark. Do you think what we have now is sufficient enough to treat with fake news? And if not, should there be more regulation in place? But then how do you balance regulation with freedom of expression without threatening, freedom of the press?
I can't talk for Asha, but I can answer legal questions. I can answer journalism questions. I will say that in reporting on these things, there's been a distinct uptake in the judiciary to re-examine what's happening in the real world in the context of the law that's available and the law that's being drafted and pressed into service. So we're seeing more and more instances of people who have perpetrated acts of gross violation upon people, circulating pictures of them that were taken in private circumstances and so on, paying a fairly hefty price for that exercise. I wanted to add into some of what the TTPS representative was saying. Those are the result of a thing. I want to dig a little bit into the reason for a thing. I don't think we have a fake news problem. I don't even think we have a social media problem. I think what we have is a Facebook problem. And I'll tell you why that is. The news feed is one of the most underestimated and undermining things that has happened to journalism professionally over the past 5 years. A news feed flattens out all information. A news feed is supposed to be posts from your friends and family as well as people that you trust. So you have a tendency to trust your news feed. So into that flattened space that you grant a certain measure of trust comes your tanty wanting to find out if you reach home safe. I love my tanty, so I love my news feed. A story from CNN. I trust CNN. I like this story. I follow up, I link out, and I find out what's going on. A completely outrageous story about a murder that happened down the street that is completely untrue, but because it is in your feed, you have a predisposition to say, oh, goo, I think I will forward this to my friends so they know what's going on. You don't think, because you trust your feed. This is a thing that's going on for a while, and it is doubled down on by the fact that journalism has rules and a certain measure of transparency. You know who's doing the reporting, you know who's involved in the production of things, but Facebook is a black box. We don't know how stuff gets in there, and we definitely don't know how stuff gets out. So that all kinds of things end up bubbling to the surface, and we don't know how or why. We put information inside there that we intend for a wide circulating group of people to see, and it never reaches them because of how Facebook's algorithms operate. So as a consequence, because of this monolithic technology, which consumes the attention of a quite staggering number of Trinidadians and branches out into other social media where things get shared, we have that information in that flattened feed where things are trusted by instinct, migrating into Twitter, migrating into Instagram, migrating into Snapchat, and all the other things that crop up. Even into LinkedIn, people share stuff there and they go like, well, this was on my feed, I trusted it, it ends up on LinkedIn. In a way that is not fully understood, completely unregulated, and produced by a company which to this day insists it is not a publisher, even though it publishes more information than any news outlet in the world. So those are things that I think we need to consider both personally as well as institutionally about the things that we're engaging with. Because technology has a massive amount of unintended consequences. Facebook wasn't created to create fake news or popularize it or make it widespread. It was created so that people would be friendly and reach out to each other and meet each other after many years and have wonderful relationships and get married and live happily ever after. But there are uncounted unintended consequences as a result of that technology that we need to become more aware of if we're going to tailor our understanding of how we receive news and information.
And to build on what Mark said, having set that kind of platform that this is what exists in Trinidad, it's very open to manipulation by people who have different agendas. So that's, if Facebook is a fertile ground for that kind of misinformation to go out into the public, and people who have agendas, political parties, especially political parties, use that as their platform to spread misinformation. And we have many instances where social media bloggers put information out there that they say is accurate, and because they have followers, people tend to believe that, share it on. So,
I would like to give a comment as well. I think we need to be careful not to penalize, let's say, the internet, generally speaking, because the internet is not good, it's not bad. The same thing like a knife. A knife is not good, it's not bad. You can use it, for example, to cut bread, but you can also use it to kill someone, So when we talk about the internet, generally speaking, we need to be very careful not to penalize the internet and to focus on that. For example, elaborating a bit on, let's say, human rights, sometimes we make distinction between, let's say, the online world and the offline world. But in reality, there are no differences between, let's say, online world and offline world with respect to human rights. For example, the implementation could be a challenge. For example, how are you going to enforce hate speech, for example, online hate speech? That's a challenge. How are you going to enforce it? But we should be also careful not to focus on making distinction online world and offline world, because based on, let's say, Universal Declaration of Human Rights, we can have enough mechanism to address, let's say, challenges that we are facing within the online world as well.
So I'm curious to know, Shannon, is ISOC doing any work within the region to look at this? Because I know a few countries actually have legislation specifically relating to fake news. Singapore passed a law last year, I believe, that gives government ministers the power to order social media sites to put down warnings next to posts that they might deem fake or to remove them. Similarly, in France, there's a law that allows judges to order the immediate removal of online articles that they decide constitute disinformation, especially ones related to election campaigns. So I'm just curious to know what the situation is outside of Trinidad, if you could share some perspectives with us.
I think, generally speaking, if you look at internet-related human rights, let me mention them here. You have privacy, you have freedom of expression, the right to seek, receive, and impart information. You have various rights focusing on protecting cultural, linguistic, and minority diversity, and the rights to education, children's rights, rights afforded to journalists and the press, and so on and so on. Again, the internet and social media is just a tool. Today we are talking about it. Maybe within a few years, we will be having something else. But that is why I did focus on the highest, let's say, human rights that we have out there. And if we always, let's say, look at those particular human rights in one way or the other, we are able also to address real world, or not real world, online challenges in one way or the other. Even with the existing laws, we are able to address them as well. So again, when you draft a law, you should always, it should be technology neutral. because tomorrow you will have something else. So that's our point of departure.
I've realized that the question has now, the discussion has now gone into, I think, the second or third part of what was placed to be discussed today, and it's a very touching part where when you start to deal with the area of how do you govern and put things in place in relation to the internet, and by extension, how do you deal with fake news. And I just want to take just a little time and just go over some interesting information that the public should be aware of. And anytime you start to talk about fake news or things going on in that way, you cannot not talk about the Damien Tabani effect. I don't know if you all ever heard about it. It's something you could research, you could check on it. And this came out in July 2011. Something that took place in the UK. I don't know if you all were aware of it, where mobile phones were hacked and of a particular murder victim. I'm just trying to show you how, when it moves away from just normal providing information to the public to a place where it could be harmful to persons' reputations. And this little schoolgirl, her name was Millie Dowler. Her information was hacked, a popular UK tabloid paper, and 2 days later, there was a public outcry, and the news media house, News of the World, had to be shut down because they published information, private information. And there was a government inquiry, and this government inquiry dealt with identify where was the source of this leak, and what they got to realize, a lot of other persons, including actors, people in civil society, a lot of them, their items were hacked and information was leaked. So out of this, you had a challenge, you had challenges that came out, and one of the first challenges was the extent in how these situations are regulated. And it appears for being held close under government scrutiny and had significant implications for the balance between press freedom and individual rights. Now, from my little understanding of it, we need the press, we need news outlets, we need them to bring information to us. That is how we live. But the question always arises, how far do we go in terms of publishing information? A second challenge that came out in terms of, and I don't know the panel, we could discuss it, in terms of should there be any regulation in terms of coverage for persons or media houses or journalists or who are bringing forth, should there be some form of regulatory body to handle that, because that is what was done in the UK. And inside there, they took some advice from somebody by the name of Damien Tambini. And some of the things he brought out was showing how statutory involvement in media regulation, how important it is. Inside of there, he even spoke to the freedom of expression. And inside of there, he also spoke to the inquiry that came out of that particular leak, which is and this things people could research on, is the Leveson inquiry. And inside there were some recommendations that gave the government of the United Kingdom sort of a guide as how do you regulate these media houses going forward. And I think it's something we need to be aware of going forward. We need to know when something is published, we need to know, yes, it's checked, it's verified, but if it's not verified and checked and is published, the effect that it has on the general populace. I also want to touch on one other thing. The risks posed by fake news, risks. And the risk that fake news poses to evidence-based decisions. And that is something, as a police officer, is very passionate to me. I'm passionate about evidence-based decisions. And it's the same thing as it relates to fake news. We want that the news that is coming forward, we want the things that are being placed in the public domain based on evidence and not based on personal opinions or personal agendas. Yeah?
Thanks. So, for Mark, yeah. Curious to hear your thoughts on this in terms of what exists now, what regulations are in place.
Before we get to there, regulating media, hold up selector. I have a mountain of problems with everything you just said. I know that there is bad journalism. There will be bad journalism for life. There are people who will appeal to the lowest common denominator and seek to win readership by appealing to our baser instincts. That, unfortunately, is the nature of freedom of speech. There are laws that govern when people go overboard into the obscene, into the defamatory, and those laws are laws that are in place, and those are laws that should be effected when they are seen to be necessary. But the price of freedom of speech is the ability for people to talk rank stupidness. And then you have the freedom to counter that with sensible, ordered discussions. I would like to believe that those of us who are responsible for governance, for national security, for the protection of the country, can separate evidence from old talk. That would be my take on that particular issue.
Okay. So, as we're on the topic of this, I'm going to bring in the election element to it now, because 2020 is an election year, and you see a lot of news being spread on social media. Could be true, could be false. So there was a report done by Transparency International, a survey in Latin America and the Caribbean, where Trinidad was one of the countries surveyed, and 56% of persons are of the view that fake news is spread around election time. We know that Trinidad was also involved in the Cambridge Analytica scandal. So, questions here. I know we're not regulators. I know we're not from the EBC. But do you think that looking at the internet, fake news, and elections is electoral law? What do we have in place now that I would say would treat with news on any digital age? And do you think that there's enough media and information literacy around this issue to allow persons to really decipher true from false? It's open to the panel.
Okay. Hello? All right. I think as media, we could always do better. There's a lot of verification that has to happen. It's not one layer anymore, it's two. And right now, whether we like to admit it or not, a lot of news that traditional media gets is from social media. And the onus is on the media houses to make sure that there's a lot of verification that this is accurate, that it serves the public's interest to be aware of it. In an election year, I mean, even without elections, we have a very robust social media community that put things out there. And I think the TTPS are the ones who put out a lot of press releases saying this is fake news. Almost weekly, the TTPS has to put out press releases. And so in an instance like that, where there's a crime, you have to double check with the TTPS. They put out a press release. The government ministries have been putting out a lot of press release trying to correct information. Now, again, this is my pet peeve that sometimes the information is, once it doesn't serve a public official, it's deemed fake news. And that's, as a practicing journalist, that is my pet peeve, because a story could be accurate, but because the angle of it does not serve the politician of the day, it is labeled or branded as fake news. So I'm very cognizant of that. I think we as journalists and traditional media have to be on our guards, especially this year. I think we could always benefit from more training, especially specialist training. It's not enough, like Daniel said, you need to look at your sources, you need to look at who's sharing the news, because sometimes good sources come with bad information, and you have to, again, it's verification, multiple verification.
Okay. So I'm conscious that we started late, so we're running into the youth session. So I'm just going to open it up to the floor, maybe take 2 or 3 questions, and then we just close. So floor is open. If you have any questions, anything you want to add.
Wow. So we'll have to share our microphone if you have to.
So just identify yourselves before you ask questions, please.
Hi, I'm Jacqueline Morris from ISOC Trinidad and Tobago. And one of the things we've been saying a lot is, okay, you talk about fake news, but first things first, shouldn't news not be fake? Just the definition of it. Because a lot of people have changed from fake news to misinformation or deliberate misinformation or accidental misinformation, but they're talking about the fact the information that you're getting is incorrect and not, how would we say it, dirtying the word news by associating it with fake. Because by definition, your news, by your fourth estate, is supposed to be properly researched and as correct as you can possibly make it. And if there's a problem, then you go back and you fix it. But there have been so many times when people are rushing to get the information out that the actual news is incorrect, but that does not make it fake. Do you see what I mean? And people kind of are conflating the multiple focuses of this thing. So what I really want to find out is, how does one, because ISOC TT is working on a we have been working on a digital literacy campaign. But how does one look to the people of Trinidad and Tobago and try and explain these nuances and these, because we are not a very nuanced country. We're a very yes, no, black, white, up, down. We're not very good with the grays. So have you thought of a way to work this, because there is a lot of nuance in information, and just because we go for it in a black or white way does not mean that the information that we're getting is incorrect. It's the way that we're receiving it. And we need to learn to receive information in a more nuanced and intellectual way than the way we do it now. And how do we educate people to accept information that is not yes or no?
I hear your point. But it's Donald Trump who actually has propagated this term, fake news, throughout the world, and it's been adopted by politicians globally. So there's a cultural aspect to that. We follow everything Americans do, unfortunately. And we will have to work indigenously to kind of really target or have a different word for misinformation, disinformation. But when you have the President of the United States, who's the most powerful man in the world, saying that media, that's fake news, it's a phrase that's going to stick, and it's going to stick for a while. There are some catchphrases that have been around for some time, and then eventually it phases out. But for now, that is the catchphrase for information that's wrong. So, but I hear you on that, and it'll have to be something that's very indigenous to change that, because we generally accept terms. It is really hard to teach people how to accept something differently than what they're accustomed seeing on cable television or media that's, filtering down to us. So, yeah.
Fake news as a term is very catchy. On a few occasions, President Trump tried out bad journalism, but didn't go anywhere, so he rocked back on fake news. I think we need to own the journalism. We need to own the term. We need to get people to understand the role of journalism in reporting, fact-checking, and analyzing news, and its role in civil society as a result. And as far as responding to misinformation online goes, there's nothing that clears out a room faster than that. Because there's a whole big bacchanal going and everybody quarreling back and forth and so on, and you step in with these facts, lucidly stated, and you can just see people saying, all right, party done, and they're walking out the door. They're not interested. They love the bacchanal. They don't really want to hear facts lucidly stated, but you jump in anyway. You say, this is what happened, this is the circumstances, these are references that you can check and so on, and you basically break up the party. But that doesn't necessarily stop the horse that has run out of the gate and is galloping down the road, completely independent of your fact-checking and verification of this, in the original statement.
I have a saying I just say sometimes, it's important to be balanced in approach. We live in a democracy, and any democracy relies on a well-informed populace. So we cannot deny the importance of the populace being well-informed. However, there's a spread of misinformation. And when misinformation, or a better way of saying it, instead of saying fake news, because as you rightly said, news is supposed to be well checked, verified and stuff. But you see, misinformation has the potential to be harmful, and it undermines society, misinformation. I just want to draw your attention. I don't know if you all ever read this story of in Africa where they're having these vaccines, and a lot of communities not accepting the vaccines. I don't know if you all read that recently. It even had a situation where some doctors and nurses and things were attacked because of bringing, vaccines to help people. And imagine that, because misinformation has gone out that this, this vaccine will make you infertile or something will happen to you if you take it. Because of that, children are dying because of misinformation. So I think it's incumbent upon us as a country, as a group of people, to balance it. We need to have we need to be well informed as a populace, but we have to be careful with the power that misinformation carries. And to go with what you're saying, I totally agree with what you said in terms of when you hear the terminology news, fake news shouldn't even be there. Fake shouldn't even be there. It should be, when you hear news, it is something. Every day, 8 o'clock in the morning, you turn on the radio, I turn on the radio, and I want to hear what's going on in the country. I think everybody does that. But it will be harmful to know that something comes over the news broadcast. Thank you very much. Yes, somebody's agreeing with me somewhere. Yes, it will be harmful to know at that time that, the information that came out on a morning is, is not something we could hold to. Thank
Okay,
you.
so I'm conscious of time. One quick question.
I'll just go to my other question then. My name is Maria O'Brien. I'm from Google Women Tech Makers. And my how many criminal cases in the violation of human rights, discrimination, and gender-based violence and other crimes do you feel you come across per year in your unit at the police? And is this data that we can have access to as a public, as in the number of cases? Like I work in the area of mental health advocacy, so we've been recently pulling data from the police. You guys have been very willing to share, so I just wanted to know if this was the data I can also ask for. Specific to your unit, cybercrime and social media.
So, first things first is, yes, information is available in relation to cybercrime offenses. But however, everything goes through the Office of the Commissioner of Police, of course, and requests can be made there. And once it's deemed that you can have it, then it will be handed over. There's no issue in terms of information handed over to the public. All right, so I want to be very clear, and sometimes people mix up the two things. When you speak to cybercrime, everybody in this room has 1 or 2 phones, yes? Could we agree to that? All right. So what has happened is many people accept that when you think cybercrime, you think only in the internet or things online, and they fail to realize that any traditional crime that has a cyber or internet component or online component, inside there is where the cyber and social media unit gets in. So every murder case, every kidnapping case, every case that you think that has some sort of cyber element, the cyber and social media unit is involved. So it's very hard to say it's very hard, because at one minute we're dealing with a missing person, and next minute we're dealing with a murder. But a murder is not a cyber crime, if you understand what I'm saying. So we try our best to we want people to be aware that nearly every crime in Trinidad and Tobago has a cyber component in it.
Okay. The Telecommunications Act, and the second one was...
Should I pull it up?
Just the second Act.
Offenses against the person.
Okay. So, just to wrap up quickly, say thank you to our wonderful panelists. I think some of the takeaways from this session is definitely a topic that needs more discussion. It's an issue that's not going to go away anytime soon. So we need to be conscious of the fact, what exactly is fake news? How do you fact check? We understand that traditional media, they have a presence online as well, but they do have checks and balances built in terms of verifying information. If we do look at some sort of regulation, we have to be careful not to threaten freedom of journalism, freedom of speech. So with that, we have the youth session that's going to take place. I believe Tracy might give us some information on what's going to happen with that. So thank you again to our panelists. Thank you all for participating. And bearing with us for the technical difficulties.
Hello. All right, thank you. Hello, hello. Hello, can you hear me now? Hello, testing, testing. Mic, 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 mic. Anyhow. All right, so we're going to take a short break, 5 minutes now. There are refreshments. I don't know how that's going to work. I guess there are refreshments on the left. Coffee, juice, water, and doubles in the top. But 5 minutes, because what's happening now is that everybody, not just the students, are going to go into their groups. Right now, we're going to have, I think we're supposed to be having slips of paper handing out to know what group you're going into. So what you're going to see happening from after the break is you're going into groups with color codes. The codes are on the walls. You're seeing blue, pink, fluorescent orange, yellow, white, and I think another color, maybe green, I think. So when you get your slips of paper, you'll know what group you're going into. So please come back here in 5 minutes to go into your groups, because we're going to have a quick session announcing what the topics are, and then you're going to go into their groups. Okay? Everybody understands? Not just the students, everybody. All right? I also want to make a small announcement for teachers of the students. I'm asking if we could have a slight extension of time for the students to stay, because we're running a bit late. So I'm asking if the teachers can allow us about another half an hour of time so we can have the youth exchange completed. All right, teachers? So teachers, for those who can, please let your students stay a little bit longer. We'll probably give lunch within the session. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
So, how do you know which group in? These guys?
Can I ask for the group leaders? Shiva, Darren, Stacy, Neha, Sarah, Kimberly. Join me here, please. Kimberly, Shiva, Darren, Stacy. Did I say Kimberly already? Neha, and Sarah. Hi. Your wrongs up. Anybody else? I ain't nobody else. Yeah, nice. Stacy, nice. Kimberly was actually jamming now. I guess somebody stuff organized too, so. Yeah, they know, yeah. They're the leaders. All right, Sarah. It's supposed to be 1 1/2 of it. All right, so.
5 minutes. Yellow one, pink on the floor, right? Yeah, this.
Are you missing Kimberly? Kimberly, and Sarah. All right, there we are. Yes, Tracy's right here. Blue kind of keep doing it. But you all Denise, do you have all the slips here? Yeah. When they sit back down, back on the brick. So who's doing that though? Because I don't want them to do that because they're on the stage. They're on the stage here. Yeah. So you know somebody's doing that, right? Cool. 2 minutes left for the break. 2 minutes left for the break, people. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. All right, 1 minute left, guys. 1 minute left for the break. Can you start getting back to your seats? 1 minute left. 1 minute left. Yes, we can help, man. Jump them back to the seats. Mic to go on stage now. All right, so y'all go up on stage. All right. And go up on stage. All right, I need some help getting people into their groups once they start moving. All right, so you're familiar with the colors.
So
Right, so what do you need to help me do?
Well, I'm mostly focused on the students and the adults will go wherever they decide to go, correct?
Everybody's getting a slip.
Which areas are they going to?
All right, so first thing, let me see that lady there, she's giving out slips of paper. You can help her out.
Okay.
And they're giving out random colors to the people.
Students?
Everybody, make sure everybody gets, so not just students, right? And once they have the color, all right, can you get back to your groups now? Table, sorry. Break is over. Break is finished. Music, cut the music. Break is over. I wish I had a bell to ring, a school bell. Ting-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. All right, can we get back and settle down? People with the slips, I guess now is a good time to give them out. All right, at this point you'll be getting slips of paper at your desk, at your table. Everybody, not just youth, everybody. Speakers, guests, people who are not students are getting slips of paper. And they're all going to go into groups by color. Okay? So the slips have a color on them and a topic, and you're all being assigned to these groups. That's being handed out now. All right? Everybody is getting a slip. Everybody, even George, even Aj getting a slip. Everybody's getting a slip. Even Anita is getting a slip. Right, so on your slips you'll see a color and a topic. Hands up for those who are seeing color and topic on their slips. Color and topic. You're seeing it on your slips? Excellent. Now if you look around, you'll see their color Bristol board, things on the wall. Those associate with your color. And you're going to have our youth leaders here who all are assigned to lead each group, which are color-coded, to take you to your groups. All right? They're going to now announce the topics for everybody's benefit to see what they are. And then we're going to have the groups break out orderly and quietly to have the discussion we're going to have now. You're going to be in discussion for about 30 to 45 minutes, and then we're going to come back after in an orderly manner to have a final wrap-up, okay, with the youth leaders. Is that clear? Nice. I know we have it. So I'm going to hand the mic to my youth leaders who introduce the topics, and then they're going to lead you to the color and the groups that they're in.
Hi, everyone. My topic is big tech, and the color is blue. That's to your left, closest to the stage. So join me to discuss how big tech is using its users' data to optimize its algorithms and how this is most times unknown to the end user. Let's discuss the ramifications of this and how we can curb the negative impact this has. My name is Darren Ramsuk, and I'm an adjunct scientist at TT Lab.
Hi, morning, everyone. My name is Shiva. So my topic is under encrypting data. So encryption is a process where data is encoded so it remains inaccessible by unauthorized users. And as of January 2019, approximately 75% of web traffic is encrypted, right? So let's discuss the benefits and pitfalls associated with encryption, and lastly, whether or not it should be considered illegal. I am in the color green to the left at the back there.
Hi everyone, my name is Sarah. and my topic is called The Good, the Bad, and the Potential of Online Communities. So basically we're going to be discussing online communities, and you see as the years go by, online communities have been increasing as fast as technology, leading individuals to be more invested in mobile or PC devices versus real-life interaction. I'm sure most of us have some sort of experience with this. You know, you're at home, probably see your kids on your phone all the time, on the PC, or even with your own spouses or siblings. So we're going to talk about why and where these interests arises, how we can prevent misusage of this technology, and how we can reap the benefits of it whilst curbing the negatives. My color is white, and it's up there on the left side next to the brown chairs. Okay, I'll see you guys there.
Hi, my name is Neha, and my topic is social media and you. So join me in discussing the effects of social media on today's youth and ways in which the negative effects can be prevented for the future generation. My color is fluorescent orange, so that's to your left up there. Okay, thank you.
Pleasant good morning. I am Kimberly, and my topic today is everything related to internet pollution. I'd be happy if you join me to discuss and share your tips and tactics on how internet service providers specifically can reduce internet pollution and as it relates to the harmful and illegal content that obstructs the internet. I am in the yellow team, so I'm on the left-hand side of the room, your right-hand side, just to the very front. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Stacey Griffith-Alves, and my topic today is information technology for clean energy. My color is pink, so join me to discuss the importance of information technology and how the internet can be used to assist in the reduction and prevention of vast emission of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere.
Thank you all. So everybody should be at their groups now, including people who are not so young. Everybody should be in their groups. Everybody should be in their groups. There should be no one here at the plenary doing anything. We're all participating in this exchange, not just the youth. Thank you. So I'd like to see everybody in their groups. Reminder, colors are the codes. Join your color, stuck up on the wall, and your youth leaders will take you through the session. Teachers, please feel free to join your groups. Any group you feel like you need to. Shannon, you're the only man left back. Huh? Blue, yeah. Jacqueline, you got a slip? Color. Green is to the top left. Green is top there. White, blue to the right. Purple is now fluorescent pink, fluorescent orange. The top on the right-hand side. Yeah. organized, people could join when you want. You didn't hear from me.
I'm Maria by the name, never something.
Hi. Nice to meet you. You can join me when you want. So what you're looking for? There's online communities.
Well, you know, I did a thing on online communities last season.
Yeah, no, that's the one that is up in the green. It's not, I'm trying to say. It's a lady called Sarah's name. Sarah's right on the white over there. Right. Sarah right there. Betty White is okay. It's big tech. No, we're just trying to make sure we don't go to one day.
Have fun. Get rid of the panel. What do you want to introduce?
Right. So Daniel, I don't know, we decided to feel like Daniel and because Daniel being miserable, so we could I think get him to be interviewed.
Danny?
No, he was trying to take over the group stuff. George, we can interview George. Right, so basically what the TTF means in country, why we're doing it in the South today, why we're involved in youth, that kind of thing, there was a good one in there too. Look up too. I'm trying to I don't know what to do to come out at some point. So when you get a chance, you can probably and if that make confusion, then you can bring
Connected up like one. Switch that on. As soon as you're ready?
No, there.
I know, but this, I didn't know somebody listening to
No. There.
You want to do the IG? Oh, the background? Yeah, right. So basically, what you do is you have a conversation
about it.
right? So you say, I will probably ask questions. So George, how you feel this thing went? I mean, what do you think about the IGF thus far? The function, and then we talk about, we started to talk about fake news. We talk about each component, right?
And then we go bring in the conversation about the TTMAG and TTIGF.
Right, right.
So
And then
we had to decide what point of the conversation we have in that. If you start off with that.
I think we could kind of interject it all the time, you know. And I know this has all been the TTMAG trust. We bring in the youth.
No, we're practicing.
We just then Hey, good morning there, George. You know, we're here at Naparima College on 31st of January 2020 at the 4th IGF. How you feel this? So far we have had the fake news. The students are now in a breakout session. How you feel things have been going in the morning so far?
Oh, thank you, Dev. This is really an exhilarating event from the content that we've seen so far. This morning we started off with video interviews or video greetings being sent by people from all over the world who couldn't make it here physically. And our most prolific guest who couldn't make it was Vint Cerf, who, as we all know,
that's the guy who
is the father of
manufactured the internet.
Yes, he's the one who came up with the TCP/IP protocol, on which we all use today in terms of the internet. We went straight into the chairman's message, and then obviously the event or the session that everybody was waiting on, fake news. We had some prominent panelists from the media.
You know, as you mentioned fake news, I wanted to put it so officer was talking, and it sounded as though fake news is an oxymoron. Go right ahead.
Yes, absolutely it is. Is it fake or is it news? I think that's what the intention was, or the officer brought up. But it was an interesting panel with a lot of pros and cons ideas. At the end of the day, it was easily surmised that this session was too short in order to get everybody's views and everything. So we're going to try as a TT-MAG to have a longer session where we have more input from the panelists and absolutely more input from the attendees.
Yes, certainly. As a matter of fact, what I'd like to see when that session was going on is the engagement by the students.
Yes, absolutely.
You know, they were very much engaged, and I think it engaged everyone here because we always hear, I mean, right now we have this coronavirus going on.
Yes.
There's a lot of information and misinformation out there,
Yes.
so never could tell what's going to happen. I mean, right now we have the kids, and this is something that I really I'm passionate about. Maybe my own vocation, I wouldn't say what it is here. But nevertheless, having the kids in this session here, we started off, remember when we were planning this thing, Tracy said we'd have just three groups.
Yes.
Look at the number of groups we have here today.
No, participation
and it's
is
really awesome.
Great.
And, getting the kids out, because after all, this is an internet governance forum.
Sure.
And I'm so glad that TTMAG had the vision to incorporate the youth. I think it's the first time, I think at the IGF that you went to Berlin.
Yep.
There
It
was
was
supposed to be a focus on youth,
youth,
right?
and that's
Right,
absolutely
right.
where we
So
got
maybe you
these
can tell me a
ideas.
little about that.
So that's absolutely right. That's where we got these ideas from, to involve youth, because they are the future. And the session's topic is the internet and you. And so that's where we bring the youth in, because these are the guys who will be using a lot more of this technology as we go. But let me stray for a minute, please, Dev, if you don't mind, and talk a little bit about why we decided to do the TTIGF in San Fernando and specifically at Naparima College.
Is it because you and I are past students and apps?
Yes, our alma mater, which is a very good thing, of course. Very proud of our school and its achievements. But we have to involve, typically events like this are held in North or Central, and we never allow people from different areas of the country to get involved in these kinds of events. So we thought it worthwhile to find a nice venue like this and really invite, I think we have participating 12 to 13 schools today, which is excellent, great. This
Yeah,
speaks well to the
last year
future.
we only had two.
Two schools.
I remember that, yes.
So we have a
Naparima
major-
College and
yes.
Holy Faith Convent in Cuba.
Yes.
But that is good too. I mean, another thing to have to put a plug for the venue. I mean, the venue have to agree is awesome. Eh?
Awesome venue, yes. So a little bit of the background, really. So the TTIGF is the acronym for Internet Governance Forum. And Internet Governance Forum is really to talk about issues like data privacy, how is the internet being governed, who owns it, what do you do at the end of the day with the future. One of the metrics that I really want to talk about is that today's population, world population, is 7.6 billion people, and only a third of those people have internet access. We have today challenges with the internet, and we have opportunities that have made us all grow up and network and social media and stuff. But what's going to happen as we bring the internet to the other 2/3 of the population, or the world's population? I think that's where the governance issues is primarily going to have to focus on. How do we manage and control this?
You know, there's a saying that the internet should be ubiquitous, like
absolutely.
oxygen.
Yes.
So just as we need oxygen to sustain ourselves and to live, to be alive,
Yes.
we need the internet. And those who have it know what a valuable resource it is. And therefore, therein lies the need to have it governed and managed properly.
Absolutely.
And not only that, I mean, I'm glad the youth is here to give us their perspective of what the future internet should look like.
Yes. Good. And that brings us back to where all this started from. We belong to an association called the TT MAG, which is the Trinidad and Tobago Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group. And our mission is really, at the end of the day, to bring up issues that affected government, education, things like data privacy, internet governance, how do we manage the internet. And the TTIGF is our premier event that we hold every year, and we've done it in a row for 4 years now. We have gotten international acclaim on being first in the Caribbean to have the IGF events, and actually the one that's bring these kinds of topics to the fore.
Yeah, and as a little shock to WTT MAG, because of the fact that it's a Trinidad and Tobago multi-stakeholder advisory group, every facet of any element of who would require the use of internet, or look at what are some of the things that is required for the internet. Mm-hmm. We have a voice that will make that decision, or make a cry for the underprivileged or whoever it is in society. We have civil society, academia, I mean the whole host of them. I can't remember all of them right now.
So the takeaway what we'd like to leave with our viewing audience is really be a part of it. You're welcome to join us online, www.mag.tt, which is the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, and this Internet Governance Forum, where you will see all of the presentations, all of the participation by audience, and all the findings that we came up at igf.tt. Thank you very much.
And as a matter of fact, that's okay. Just to tie up what George has said as well, on that same website, and it's very easy to remember, igf.tt. On that site, you will see all the live streams, you will see presentations from all the other IGFs that we've had. So make sure and get some popcorn, sit down, feel free to view, read the contents, view the videos, and see what we've been up to. And we, more importantly, we need your contribution. We need to hear your voice. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All set? We good?
Thanks so much, guys.
Yeah. We have it.
Good.
How much time you have?
all the youth exchanges. Okay. Yeah. So it's like who's interviewing and who's the interviewee? Great. Great. So you're now doing the youth exchanges right now with all the 6 groups. What do you think about this year's IGF so far?
Right. So it's interesting. This is the first time we're doing this. I know we've always wanted to have the youth involved.
Yeah.
We got a small taste of it with 2 schools participating last year, and then the effort was put in this year to say, okay, look, we want to make it a bit bigger and get the youth actually involved,
Yeah.
not just as participants or spectators, but actually as active participants.
Yes.
So this is actually interesting. So I'm actually very interested to see what the outcome of this is going to be and get some feedback, and let's see how we can build up on this.
Yes, indeed. I think it's also good that what we're trying to do is integrate them into the regular IGF rather than try to have them as a separate IGF process that typically some youths, typically other internet governed forums try to do. So I think it saves on resources, and I think it gets everybody talking to each other, which is I think is critical.
Yeah, I mean the danger of the traditional way of having separate groups, it creates like a them and us.
Yes.
And there's always this barrier about okay, look, they're
Exactly.
thinking in one way, and the elder generation are thinking in one way, and there's a disconnect.
That's right. Yeah.
But with this involvement, where everybody is in the same group, participating, talking to each other, I think it's a lot more collaborative, and it breaks down those barriers and enables a more effective communication.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And looking forward to the outcomes from these sessions.
Right. What's your view on the IGF being held in South? So this is our fourth one, and this is our first time we've decided to
I
come
think
down
it's great.
south.
There's something beyond the lighthouse, so to speak. So and it's great to actually go to San Fernando to do this IGF, and we'll take some. We had some challenges today, unforeseen challenges with traffic and so on, but I don't think it's insurmountable, and I think I would like to see us trying to go even to more places in Trinidad and Tobago, if we can find a suitable venue and so forth. Maybe even Tobago for that matter,
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Maybe next year we can look at Central, or if we're more adventurous, even go out to Tobago.
Yeah.
Or maybe, we could speak to the board and float the idea of having a smaller interim Tobago IGF.
Could be, as a first step.
Specifically,
Yeah.
and make sure that we get that inclusion, like we identified that we need to get the youth involved.
Yeah.
We can also go and say, right, we want to do something in Tobago.
If you're really ambitious, you can even do like a remote, have a Tobago and Trinidad as like remote hubs, and we communicate with them on one panel session, and then we do another panel session here, type of thing. You could do that if you be really ambitious. But, I'm all for going to, all places in Trinidad and Tobago to really bring the discussions to the people.
Yeah, definitely. And how you found the panel this morning
Excellent.
on the fake news?
Yeah, it was excellent. Not so great was the technical glitches, but other than that, the panel was very good. And, I wish we could probably spend an entire day on it, actually, because there's so much things about misinformation and there's so many things you could talk about. Fake science, we didn't really get a chance to get into that. And what's going to be the impact of things such as deep fakes, when something that looks realistic, wow, and then that gets shared, I think that's going to happen sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
So.
And it's scary in a way that how this whole fake news and misinformation is getting out there, because some people actually go in and put a lot of time and effort. So even if you were going to do your research, you will find multiple sources sort of saying
sounding it out.
Yeah.
And I think that's the worrying part is that you get and especially when you're approaching people who have a certain fixated viewpoint or idea what it is, and it's kind of like I believe in this. I believe in the flat earth or whatever, whatever the thing is. And you just, you can't debate some sensibly on it. And it's kind of like, all right, I had enough. I'll just keep quiet. You just keep spouting the fake news. And it's kind of like, I think that's really the fear that all the fake and misinformation is just getting a more stringent, higher amplified voice than it really is.
Yep.
But it's just getting amplified more and more than the real news or the real science and so forth.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be interesting, as they said, and I said in my opening address, that this is an election year.
Yeah.
We know that there was still some stuff that they're dealing with from the last election with the whole Cambridge Analytica stuff that was going on. But even though we know there's fake news, this election year, it'll be interesting. And maybe we can do in next year's TTIGF, have a look at, see what role fake news played in our election, if it does.
Yeah.
Right? To see how that plays out over the next year. Also, we've got a data hosting panel later on, and that's something that we addressed last year. We did some work on it. We fed back to the local community and internationally our feedbacks and stuff, and it's good to know that it's not just a one-day event.
Yeah.
There is actually stuff that happens, and the data hosting or the data protection is one aspect of that, because we just had Danny and George come back from Barbados, which we got invited partially because of what we did last year, and see how that comes.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, and I think the challenge is also how getting more people to be involved in the MAG, so that we can help do more type of what I call, I guess, more intersessional stuff rather than the once a year.
Yeah.
Because a lot of energy goes towards this one event, but we really would like to do more. We really would like to do more educational stuff and training, so that our seminars on this stuff. But we need more people to be involved to help share the load.
Building capacity and doing, let's say, centered discussion forums where you can spend more than an hour and a half on a subject. Because it's a shame, because you get people coming here that are subject matter experts, but you only get 1.5 hours to either interact or listen to them, and it's a shame where you could spend a whole day and really ask the questions that you want to ask and discuss.
And often the thing is like you would also reflect later on about it, and you think, hey, I really had an idea about this, and now it's like the moment has passed, kind of thing. So I agree with you fully. Okay.
Finally, just as a signing off, I think it was 2 years ago we did a panel on cryptocurrency.
Yes.
And after that, the whole market sort of like crashed, went down, kind of thing. So it's emerging now. I'm hearing some activity and talks, and it's coming back. So do you think next year we can look forward to another blockchain change the world and down with the governments and decentralize everything?
I don't know. I think I think it all boils down to how do you get paid for your efforts online, and whatever solution that solves that issue as easily and as frictionless as possible, that's going to succeed. Whether it's blockchain, which I might have doubts, or the cryptocurrencies, given the skepticism by most world governments on such cryptocurrencies.
Well, the jury's out there, so let's see what happens over the next few years.
Indeed.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
So, my name is Albert Daniels. Test, mic test. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Shono no sepa? Yes, okay.
Okay, so we're very happy to make a few comments about this important activity that's taking place in Trinidad, the Trinidad and Tobago Internet Governance Forum, the fourth edition. And I'm here with my colleague Shunan. I'm from ICANN, the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, and Shunan can tell you where he's from.
I'm Shono no sepa. I'm with the Internet Society. We call it ISOC, Internet Society.
And one of the reasons why ICANN is participating in this activity is that ICANN itself is an international multi-stakeholder organization. And what we see happening here at this Trinidad and Tobago IGF is the beginnings and the foundations of this multi-stakeholder activity, where you have different sectors, particularly the youth, getting involved in discussions that are important at a national level.
Yes, basically at Internet Society, we are focusing a lot on development. If you look, for example, what is happening in Europe, what is happening in USA and elsewhere, we do have bright people here in the Caribbean as well. It's not always, when we talk about the Caribbean, we are thinking about athletes, Usain Bolts and others, but we do have people who have been quite successful dealing with technology as well. As a matter of fact, the first person who developed, let's say, the search engine in the world was someone from Barbados. So we do have people who are quite knowledgeable in the Caribbean. When it comes to, and I must also inform you, for example, that what we call the Internet Governance Forum, before we started to discuss all these discussions on the global arena, the Caribbean already had its what we call Internet Governance Forum. So basically, we can show the world what is Internet governance. And that is why it's very important for us not to only to talk about things. I think now we have reached a stage where we should get, let's say, get tangible things done. So there are a lot of opportunities in the Caribbean, and that is why we do contribute to see, especially the youth, give a contribution to the development of the wider internet.
And there is no question that the internet is important to our economic and social development in the Caribbean. And for this reason, persons from the Caribbean should be participating at the international level in these multi-stakeholder discussions. But the problem is, right now, there is a lack of participation from the Caribbean. And what the Trinidad and Tobago Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group is doing here at this TTIGF in getting young people, getting other persons from different sectors to come together and talk about national issues related to the internet is very important, critically important, I would say, because coming out of this kind of activity, I am sure we will see individuals who will move to the next stage, which is participating in international organizations like ICANN and contributing to the formulation of policies that determine what kind of internet that we use for business and enjoyment every day.
One of the other challenges that we are seeing, basically we in the room here, we do have internet access, but still within the community, in the wider Caribbean, we do have communities who do not have access to the internet. And this is also one of the areas where Internet Society is focusing a lot on. How can we get more people connected to the internet? And in this regard, we have been focusing on what we call community networks. So you may find, for example, people living in a village, in an underserved, a rural area, and we work with them in order for them to get connected to the internet as well. Because if we don't have internet, if we don't have access to the internet, then, I mean, we can be talking about internet governance, but it doesn't make much sense. So we need to first give people access to the internet, and once we give them access to the internet, as I always say, we would like to see people use the internet for productive things. Not just being on Facebook and gossip and those kind of things. It doesn't help. We need to give people access to the internet in order for them to be productive and also to conduct some online businesses and fostering, let's say, economic and social development.
Another very significant aspect of this particular event is the whole issue of sharing of information, particularly with the young people, because Shannon and myself come from international organizations, ISOC and ICANN, and there is a lot that happens at the international level that many of the persons in the room today may not be familiar with. For example, in ICANN we have a program called the Next Gen program, the Next Generation program, and essentially what it is a program of travel support for students who are at the secondary and tertiary level to participate in policy development, to learn what happens and the way policies are developed at an international level. And by coming out and participating in this event, the individuals can and the students can learn about programs like the Next Gen program. They can learn about what happens at an international level, and they can then be inspired to participate in making these important discussions which would determine what kind of internet they use every day.
One other mechanism that we do use within Internet Society is what we call the chapters. So locals, if you would like to get more, let's say, information regarding what is going on globally, you can join the local chapter in Trinidad and Tobago. And then based on that, you will get acquainted with all the discussions going on and how we can make, in this particular case, Trinidad and Tobago a better place.
We cannot overemphasize the multi-stakeholder aspect of the Trinidad and Tobago IGF. This is very important, and it stemmed from the whole formation of the Trinidad and Tobago Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Committee, because it's always better when you have a diversity of views contributing to discussions. You have representatives from government, you have representatives from business, you have representatives from the academic community, from end users, from the technical community. When you have all of these players in the room, whatever decision or policy position you end up with has far more legitimacy if one of these players was excluded. So the Trinidad and Tobago Internet Governance Forum is a very important activity, particularly from the perspective of multi-stakeholderism and inclusion of diverse perspectives and diverse backgrounds and views.
Yes, I agree with Albert. And if you just take a look, for example, at the internet itself, it all started with collaboration. So the model that we're using nowadays is all about collaboration. And I think we should use that same model to make, for example, things better in our own communities as well.
Okay, and I see I'm getting a very hard look, a stern look from Tracy. So we really want to thank our viewers for this opportunity of listening to what we had to say. But congratulations, Tracy. Congratulations, TT Mag, for this very important event.
Again, it has been a pleasure and honor to be in Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Okay, time is up. So complete your last arguments, your last statements, your last contributions, and get ready to return to your main seats in the middle of the auditorium, not any outer seats, as you're going to have a wrap-up session with the youth leaders. So I want to give you 5 minutes to wrap up and get back to your seats. And youth leaders, don't forget, you are coming back on stage to give a summary of the session. And audience, you'll be in a position to ask some questions, and then we will go for lunch. All right, so last wrap up, last points, and come back. All right, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Can I ask Sarah, Darren, Shiva, Kimberly, Stacy, Neha, is that everybody? You come up on stage? Darren, Shiva, Stacy, Kimberly, Sarah, Neha, on stage as we have completed the exchange. Thank you very much. Thanks. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. All right, I'm still seeing one group having a last dip in the water, a last dip in the salt. Can I ask that group to wrap up and move to their seats now, because we have everybody else and we have a time issue, so let us not hold back the remainder of the session, and let's all get back to our seats on time so that we can have a timely end to this exchange. Sarah, can you join us on stage? not so young, please bring those issues up. And at the end of it all, I would like all of you to ask if there are any questions.
Everything. So whoever's the last person should say everything they said. Oh, it's not supposed to
No, no, because nobody could see that. But you could use it as your
I got put right here.
you can use it as your notes if you want.
So just talk about the main
Main issues, main things that were raised. If you saw anything about, as I said, any dynamics, talk about that. So everybody will have their own thing. So not the same format, but you have three minutes. Right? And remember, don't ask the questions after each one. Just go. I will have the video. You're going to ask now for any questions. If not, I will ask. All right. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you for sitting down and settling down. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Are you ready? Great. So what's going to happen now is you're going to have a wrap-up from our youth leaders who led all of you all in this interesting discussions. They're going to wrap up for about 3 to 5 minutes each. And then after that, we're going to open the floor for any questions or any comments you may have. And then we're going to go for lunch. So get your questions and comments ready if you have anything you want to add. But first, let's have our youth leaders, one by one, go through their impressions and summary of the main topics that they were discussing and the main issues they saw coming out of it. This time I'm going to start the other direction because can't give these guys, men, the chance to start all the time. Come on. So let's start the other way this time. Yes. Yes.
Hello? Okay, hi. Hi, it's me, I'm Sarah, yeah, again. Okay, so I pulled down my entire Bristol board. So my topic was online communities, and we were going to try and talk about the good parts, the bad parts, and the potential. So we had an interesting conversation. Didn't really stick to the full agenda, but the conversations kind of unfolded themselves. So for benefits of the online community, for those who don't know what the online communities are, it's like a group online, probably WhatsApp groups, Facebook groups, for something that people have common interest in, like a fandom, foods, cats, dogs, music, games, stuff like that. So the online community, we talked about how it can be linked internationally and you get exposed to all these different cultures that you could learn from. So these were part of the benefits where you're saying the similar interests, everyone can fit into it because that's something you like and you feel like you belong there. So probably like a fandom. Any of my K-pop people out there, no? Yes, no? All right, okay. So like fandoms where you can fit in because not everybody will be a part of it. You get the exposure to the different cultures as well. So there's some things you wouldn't learn or you didn't know about, say, France, probably somewhere in Latin America. You learn something new about how they do things there versus you. Then you have improved communication for some people. Some of the youths in my group pointed out that they feel more comfortable expressing themselves via their devices rather than going in person to talk with someone. For people who feel anxious or too shy or it feels awkward for them, it feels way better to be more expressive online via text. So that was one of the benefits for people who really nervous and you have a hard time talking. This is one way to get information from them or get to communicate with them if you want to know what's going on. Personal growth was one of the benefits from the online community with learning the things that we had to learn from different cultures. But we were saying how these things have like a double-edged sword. So even though there was a benefit of learning different cultures or a place to fit in, we were saying if you fit into this place, it's somewhere that you're comfortable with, and it's ideas and ideology you're comfortable with, and you choose to be there. So you might perhaps not learn about ideologies of or opposing ideologies to yours. So you will be stuck in this one bubble of this knowledge. So they were saying that could be a negative thing as well, with respect to growing knowledge-wise and learning about yourselves or other countries. Another disadvantage they were saying is we're talking about difference in values and cultural clashes online. Instead of learning from another culture, it might probably encourage a stereotype or a stigma. But one of our speakers there said that instead of saying cultural clash, we should probably think about it as how we see it to ourselves. Do we choose what we choose to do with that information given to us? So if we want to accept it and learn something new, if we really don't like it because it clashes against our culture. Another disadvantage is possibly bullying, hate speech, all these things that could come from exposing your culture to other cultures as well. If people come down on you, for kids that would be really intense, and that might be really bad for them as well. So potentials. One of the potential we discussed was maybe we can have a forum that was moderated, so people would be able to say keep the bad things out. But again, we concluded that that just comes down to if these people choose to be a part of this group and what they choose to do with their knowledge in the online communities. So what do you guys think? What do you guys think online communities is a good thing, a bad thing, or do you guys see potential in it? Okay, so that was us.
Hello again. Just to refresh your memory, my topic was IT for clean energy. And some of the main issues that were raised in my discussion was the sensitization and the education programs that would be needed in order to bring this whole smart energy and clean energy into Trinidad and Tobago. What I realized is that more of the older persons, they were more on the education, but the younger, the students, they went full on research mode, especially you had these two young men, they went full research mode trying to find ways where they could help in this situation of reducing carbon dioxide emissions. Another point was raised about the proper disposal of e-waste. In terms of bringing, a point was raised where we could use hybrid vehicles instead of the traditional vehicles that emit carbon dioxide, and a point was raised that we don't have proper procedures and legislation for the proper disposal of these type of e-waste. And if it does have legislation, it's a lot of red tape and a lot of time is taken in order to properly dispose of these things. Another point, the other point that was raised was you could use IT to gather data to help track progress of climate goals. So it was raised that we need to figure out what is the rate right now and develop systems in order to set a target and then monitor periodically how we are achieving this target. That's it, thank you.
Hi, my topic was effects of social media. Well, it was supposed to be effects of social media on youths, but I had some points raised by, well, I mean, they were youths too. Okay, so most of the apps that were used were Instagram and WhatsApp by both people. The major issues that were raised were mostly privacy issues and mental health issues, and privacy issues in the way that data trails can put people in danger, but this could also be prevented by spreading awareness. Mental health issues, it could trigger self-esteem issues such as depression and anxiety in many young people. Also, we spoke about how addicting social media is and how this could be curbed in certain apps using time limits, or you could just create new habits, but you know, not everyone would do that. In the way that it affects everyone's self-esteem, a solution was that you could have a change in the people you follow and follow things that promote positivity. And we also spoke about how advertising and marketing can be used through social media, but false advertising could occur, and this could be fixed by promoting consumer activism, as in people giving reviews on different products and services. And yeah, that's mostly what we spoke about. Does anyone have any questions? Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Before I begin, I want to commend the initiative of the Trinidad and Tobago Internet Governance Forum for bringing in one room such a melting pot of people from industry, academia, and especially youths to discuss such relevant topics, especially the one that I discussed, which was internet pollution. Certainly, this is one topic that we need the input of everyone and not something to be done in isolation. I spoke about internet pollution from two different perspectives. From the perspective, firstly, of using our internet and having it increase carbon emissions in a virtual space, and from the sustainability point of view. And secondly, I spoke about pollution of the internet in terms of harmful and illegal content that is present, that ultimately lends to destructive media. Based on my discussion, we have come up with a few points for what we can do to reduce internet pollution as it pertains to both cases I described. The first one was to start removing unused personal content from the internet. And that came as a result of, for example, using cloud storage such as Dropbox or Google. And you have it there and you get reminders for emails, and you just get the reminders for email that you have this content stored there, and you have such, for example, 50 gigabits excess space, but you're not actually doing anything with the data, and it's being stored, and the data center is using energy, not necessarily of the green kind, to power your data being stored there that isn't actually being used. So if we start taking a bigger responsibility at a personal level for our own personal content and where we store them, that would be a good start. We also spoke about some very basic things that I'm sure we all take for granted, such as taking off electronics during the night. I mean, a lot of us leave our screens open, we don't put our laptops to sleep, we leave our chargers plugged in for no apparent reason. I'm very much guilty of that. These are things that can definitely reduce the CO2 emissions and bring a drive for change for internet pollution. Another key issue that was raised is how can we get involved with other groups in TNT doing these kinds of things? And the Internet Governance Forum is one way, but an essential point that our team discussed was the fact that the user alone is not supposed to take responsibility. It's not a responsibility game, but rather it's a shared responsibility amongst all, amongst government stakeholders, amongst users, amongst people in utility providers, internet service providers that need to work together to really bring some sort of drive for change towards this problem that has the potential to be escalated in the next couple of years. To this end, we also discussed that internet service providers should raise awareness to users regarding the options to block harmful content. One of the very key issues raised is that we don't want to lose the freedom that we have to use the internet, but rather we should consider giving people the option or letting them become aware of the options that they have to block certain media from harming the internet, such as adult sites, such as crime photos, such as phishing and malware websites, malicious activity. And so how do we go about having this, how do we know which internet service providers, especially for Trinidad, provides us with such a service? Well, that's up for debate, and that's something that I think we do need to look into. We need to consider initiatives and incentives for ISPs to publicly expose on their websites what their stance is. What are their stance? Do they stand for green environment, or what are they doing? And that would open a whole new debate about power and pricing and whether or not we should increase the price, how we should increase the price for Trinidad. So definitely something to discuss in the future and a relevant topic. Thank you very much.
Hi, afternoon everyone. So my topic was about encryption and the pros and cons of encryption, and then whether or not encryption should be considered illegal. All right, so I firstly talked to the students, made some points about encryption, some trivia questions were asked, and then I kind of let the conversation flow in the way they wanted it to flow. And luckily, someone made the point of encryption and terrorism. So is the fact that terrorists would use encrypted communication to facilitate conversations and whatever else they want to do. And that could lead to some pretty bad things happening. So we raised issues about the San Bernardino attack in 2015, December, and also raised the issue of how the company Apple was requested by the US government to build a version of iOS that was devoid of certain security features so they could actually access data on the device. So the students, they had really good points for and against the argument. And in summary, talked about how this would affect the economy, user privacy, and then certain companies as well. And in summary, the students, I guess mostly all of them, were in favor of encryption being considered legal and being used by everyone. And in terms of terrorism, we also had some suggestions about how they could combat terrorism. So we made some comments about that. And also too, the conversation went a little bit into user privacy as well and data privacy. So I also gave them a website in which they could check to see if their email was compromised. And some people actually had 10 breaches associated with their email. So the recommendation was to change their password at least, or keep a look at the site as well. All right, so that is about it. I'll pass you on to Darren.
Hi everyone, my name is Darren Ramsuk, and my topic was big tech. So I facilitated a conversation on how big tech is using its users' data to optimize its algorithms and how this is most times unknown to the end user. So at the beginning of the discussion, we had a quick survey. The group size was 22. And the amount of, we asked how many people actually knew that their data is being kept by big tech companies. 4 people put up their hand, so 4 to 22 actually knew that. And then when we asked, who actually cared about it, I would say more than 70% put up their hand, right? So there's a big discrepancy about individuals actually knowing what is happening with their data. We then discussed whether, if you're getting a good service, is it worth risking your data, giving up your data? Again, some people put up their hands, some didn't. So from that point, we knew that everyone has a unique perspective on their data. Some people, they would say they have nothing to hide and they don't care about their data being used by big tech. Upon the end of that part, we talked about, what are some ways we could help alleviate the negative aspects of this. The simple fix that probably occurred in that conversation itself was that we could educate each other, educate the population that, this is occurring, whether we know it or not, whether you take the time to read the terms and services or not, it is occurring. We also asked within the group, do we actually read the terms and services? No, well, not surprisingly, nobody puts up their hand. We actually had some solutions to this end. One good solution was that someone said that we could have, there could be some legislation in place that enforces big tech to pull out bullet points from the terms and services about what is happening with their data. So instead of someone actually reading through the entire terms and services, we have some bullet points. This was actually pitched by a student, which was a good idea. Another idea was to limit to only first-party usage. So all data would only be used by, for example, Facebook and no one else, no other third-party company, no one else. So the data would be within that company alone. And another one was we could probably have some form of time limits on data. So an example of this would be Amazon deleting its not users' records, but probably recordings for Alexa on a quarterly basis, so that if a compromise were to ever occur, it wouldn't be any big set of data. Another idea someone had was to create a watchdog group, and this idea is for within Trinidad and Tobago. So a watchdog group that is partly government, partly in the interest of the government and also non-governmental, that actually looks over the big tech companies that operate in Trinidad and probably oversees how data is taken and manipulated by these companies. And finally, we talked about how we in Trinidad could probably take inspiration from foreign legislation. For example, in the European Union, the GDPR, which stands for the General Data Protection Regulation. Yeah. So to this end, we actually had a very successful conversation, and I think that's about it. Yeah.
All right, so let's congratulate our youth leaders. This is fantastic stuff, man. And all of you all who participated, congratulations. So what do you want to do now? I know I'm standing between you all and lunch, but are there any questions or observations or comments that anyone wants to make about the topics, the session, particular issues that came up? Anybody has any feedback or any comments they would like to raise at this time? Floor is open for maybe about a minute or two.
I actually have an observation that I made.
Sure.
A couple of us, I think 3 of us, one big key aspect that all of our discussions entailed was data privacy. So, that's a big concern in Trinidad today and probably the entire world today. So that's just probably something to keep in mind going forward.
Thank you. Floor, anybody from the floor? Any comments? Yes, look, we have a...
Hello, good day. The information shared was very valuable. It made me aware about the issues concerning the use of my data on the internet. I got a chance to share my opinions about being an active part of my future. I am now encouraged to be an active citizen.
I would like to hope that all of the information shared here today will benefit the students of my school as well. Thank you for inviting Waterloo Secondary School here today.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Waterloo Secondary.
Can I get a mic to Marina? There's a mic there.
Did I just take the mic?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh. A few of us were just talking. Would you guys, as the youth leaders, be interested in revisiting these discussions maybe once every quarter as a group? Yeah?
Well, I don't mind. Yeah, I think everyone's okay.
All right. Anything further? Any questions? Anything? Yes, through the lights. Let there be light. Come through. Oh, Agri. Hey, now recognize him.
So I really like the last point because myself, Mr. Go, and just came back from Barbados last night where we were speaking about GDPR from a Caribbean perspective. And the European Union is pushing now each country to build capacity and offering training and that kind of thing. So I think from a youth perspective, it's a good way to go because regionally, there are business implications for those of us who are in the private sector for being compliant and not compliant. And there are even stricter regulations from a government perspective that you must have a data protection specialist if you're going to hoard data from the European Union. And this understanding should filter through the educational system too, because we need to produce and build this capacity in the region. So thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Anything else from the audience? Any response from our youth leaders? Anything that's been said so far? Feel free to come up and respond if you want to respond. No, you're good? Any other questions, comments, concerns? Going once, going twice? Thank you very much. Excellent. Thank you. Round of applause. So now we're going to have lunch. So I'm going to invite the students and their teachers to collect their lunch. I'm looking around for Denise at the registration area. I know you have to return to school. So follow, I guess, Denise to show you where it is. Denise is the young lady, beautiful lady in the black and white dress. There she is on my left. Follow her. And everybody who is staying to have lunch, I guess it's to my left. So thank you, and we'll break for lunch now. And see you right after for data hosting. Should we do it locally or internationally? Right after lunch. Lunch is half an hour, 30 minutes. Thank you. Anita Ajmal, who are you missing?
Yeah, talking. 1, 2, 3. Hold my...
Look at Miss. Where's Anita? Anita? Danny? Robert? At least, I just want to pull out that suggestion it made. I don't know how to do it yet though. Like a like a regular attendee maybe and a new somebody who's like what is something like this? Especially as we try to say not only because I was suggesting to Tobago. Well, I would love to go to Tobago, but this Sunday State Treasury definitely this Sunday State Treasury I am wrong. Yeah, a video, edited video, nicely edited. You get it done online for $10 first year. You pay for it on Fiverr for $10. Or you do it really for $1,000, $2,000. And yes, we edited up and set it up as this TTIG. Story or something like that. And that'll be part of a trust, or not a plus step. I already have a plan for that. This year because that's up. I'll see that TT.com. I think TT.com was bring down TT password. In my view, chop the cake. Seriously. I think TT.com and TT password. That's really something is wrong. When you see the attack is going to be about because of the website. Well, and I tell Patrick that we're going to have to do something now that we are going to go to. We're actually going to go out properly now and advertise this thing. A serious restaurant. And I mean, I think this Patrick will go into all you need to remind the I have no, Sean, I was sort of telling him, and he agreed to this before. Having this front end of teaching it being something like this. Something like a more popular type footprint as a front of it. And then you can hand off to Nick Titi as the so like you can be getting the identity or something like that. And then you see start there, that's what you advertise. And then you hand off to the secure plane, that's because I know it's just keep that simple. And then now, if we have a situation where we could do a proper promotion, people would be less concerned about the like the thing in the conversation about on the urban list as well. Yeah, exactly. But we should really have a hard time about that now. Now we get what to do. So you got to conceptualize it for a long time, right? Because that's the thing, like I pointed it out in the last meeting, it took most of the years to an idea. Like everything is from background that we said about the web developers and get it out of this venue quickly. We should do it here again next year. Should we try similar things somewhere? Like I something to choose for the challenge. So
Hi folks, I hope you've enjoyed your box lunches. We're going to start back this afternoon session in about 3 minutes. So if you can use your time to dump your food boxes, get your last drinks and stuff, and we'll start in 3 minutes time. Okay, folks, can I have you seated, please, in case you're joining today? So good afternoon and welcome back to the after lunch session on our IGF session today at Naparima College. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Ezekiel George Gobin, but most of my friends call me Ezekiel George Gobin. The topic of today's session is data hosting, local or foreign. Which one do we want to use? What are the pros and cons? We have assembled today a panel that is filled with industry knowledge and requisite experience to broach this subject for you. Please allow me to introduce the panel, and then I'll sit with them and go through the questions. I have to my right Mr. Ian Galt, who is the General Manager of Enterprise Services at TSTT Limited. Ian is a veteran of the ICT and telecommunication sectors with 40 years of knowledge and experience. Ian actually joined the profession when he was 5 years old. Ian joined TSTT as the General Manager of its enterprise business in April 2019. Prior to this, Ian had spent the last 27 years working for multinational ICT companies. These included Digicel, Cable and Wireless, Fujitsu, and there's one more here maybe. Don't see TSTT now. He's been the country manager for Fujitsu. He was intimately involved in the build-out of Trinidad and Tobago's first Tier 3 data center facility and had executive oversight of the launch of a number of the initial managed and cloud services to be launched and made available in the Caribbean. Next to Ian sits Darren Mohammed, the Corporate Business Manager and Country Representative for Microsoft Trinidad and Tobago. Darren is a Senior Manager at Microsoft responsible for the corporate business across 33 countries, mainly within the Caribbean. With over 24 years of experience in the ICT industry, he continues to partner with businesses and governments throughout the territory on transformation using the cloud. Darren says there is no one size fits all, and he continues to work on developing the ecosystem of Microsoft partners to act as an agent for this trade. Before Darren joined Microsoft, he owned his own profitable technology startup business. And I have to my extreme right, Keenan Singh, who's the Chief Executive Officer of Airlink Communications Limited. And this is very interesting for the students who are still with us. At the age of 17, Keenan made his mark in the telecoms industry as being the youngest founder and chief executive officer to establish a telecoms company which provided subscription TV and internet services to residents of rural South Trinidad. Based on the lack of telecommunications infrastructure at the time, Airlink had to build its own infrastructure to support its business. This led him to design, project manage, and even get his hands dirty in building one of the first locally owned data centers in Trinidad. Please join me in welcoming this august panel to our discussions today. A little bit away from you guys. Okay, so first of all, I'll allow the panel to give a 1 minute, 2 minute kind of overview of what they think this topic is and how they intend to approach it. And then I will ask some very specific questions if they have not addressed it, and we'll take it from there. We intend to have this discussion maybe about half an hour at the panel level, and then we really want to encourage participation from the audience. What's on your mind? What would you like some of these panelists to discuss? I've laid down a caveat for the panel that although they represent major companies in industry, we're not here to compete with each other. We're all Trinities at the end of the day, right, gentlemen? And so we're looking at how we can improve our scope in Trinidad and Tobago using the facilities. How do we help people like yourselves, people in the industry, with making those decisions? So let me start with Ian. Can you give us a short brief on what you think about this topic before we delve in?
Yeah, so good afternoon, ladies and gents. I think it's a great topic, and I think the timing of the topic is very apt. The industry has moved over the years from a very centralized industry, where literally you had mainframe technology and monitors and what was known at the time dumb monitors, and it would be connected by telephone lines. And then over the course, sort of mid-80s, going into the 90s and beyond, became a very distributed environment. So there was sort of less mainframes and server technology came in. And of course, you have the internet. And it's almost gone full circle today where, you have bandwidth is no longer an issue. And so rather than have a mainframe computer, what you now have is cloud. And that makes it great for business people, for governments, in that, the cost of starting a department, starting a company, starting an agency is a lot less because you don't need a huge capital investment. So for me, I think very good subject matter. And we can obviously discuss pros and cons of local, overseas, or hybrid as the case may be.
Darren? A good segue to what Ian is saying. Ian is absolutely right. I think there is no right answer to data residency. So there is no answer that says, okay, you have to have it here or there, or I think it really depends on the data itself. And the way I would approach the topic is to think about, well, which data could be in the public cloud, so that you could take advantages of the features of the public cloud, the elasticity, the scalability, but then also, what data should not be there and what classification you would put on that, and that needs to reside within the country, maybe top secret data, maybe confidential data, that sort of thing. So really, I would approach the topic in, what are those variables, what are those parameters that will determine where it should be. And so I'll hand it over to you.
Okay, well, first of all, thank you for having me on this panel. So from my perspective, when we started, it wasn't really a choice for us. We didn't have the luxury of choosing whether we can do it internationally or whether we can do it locally. We had no choice. We had to do it here. And over the years, while we've built our infrastructure locally, we've actually got more exposure to, North America data centers. And before that, I was under the impression that we were the best thing since sliced bread. But now, going out and actually seeing what North America has to offer, what other islands in the Caribbean have to offer, it really shows me that we have a long way to go, a really long way to go. I really wish that when I started, there was infrastructure that we could have used. Unfortunately, back then, it was our competitor and they won't have it. So we had no choice but to build it. But now the dynamics have changed quite a bit where you have a choice. So that's something we're going to get into. We're going to get a lot in depth today.
Thank you, Kinan. So I just received a WhatsApp message that asked whether the panel was arranged by age. And I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Maybe I'll sit over here.
Good, so the topic, hosting locally or internationally. Maybe let's take the pros and cons approach first. What are the pros? And then I'll switch the panel to what are the cons of hosting locally, internationally. So let's take the pros first. Ian, what are your thoughts on the pros of hosting locally versus internationally?
I would say the pros several-fold. That's the right terminology. I think if you look at the economy today, there's no question that U.S. dollars, we're all feeling that pain in some way, shape, or form. So nothing to do with technology, but just in practical terms, if you're a businessman and assuming that you've made the decision that on-premise is not the way to go, in other words, owning and running your own equipment, you're going to put it in the cloud, regardless of whose cloud it sits in. If someone's going to come along and offer you a TT dollar bill versus someone's going to present you with a hard currency or US dollar bill, I think just in very practical terms, that's an advantage for hosting locally. In the same way that I think another benefit to the country is, never mind the foreign exchange, but I suppose supporting local industry who has, taken the time, the investment to invest in facilities, as opposed to, money that's going somewhere else. Less costly from the standpoint of communications. So in other words, regardless of where in Trinidad it resides, there would be less communication costs of hosting it in your data center or ours or someone else's, as opposed to, hosting it in wherever. So maybe the cost of the service may be less on one hand, but net with communications and so on, I think, there would be overall an advantageous cost-wise to that. For me, I would say, those are the main pros.
Keaton, let me switch to you as being the other local provider. Is there anything that Ian missed as far as you're concerned in terms of pro of hosting locally?
Actually, the biggest pro to me is really our people, the people of this country. I have seen a lot of people talk and say, Trinis are very lazy, and we always, everybody likes to say that, we're a very lazy bunch. The next generation is very entitled, and you always hear it. But my team is very young, and we have gone leaps and bounds, in my view. I think our people, I'm really sorry that a lot of the students aren't here to hear this, but these are the next generation. These are the guys who will be writing the next code, who will be building apps, who will be putting Trinidad and Tobago on the map. And I've seen a lot of Trinis get up and leave Trinidad because the opportunities aren't here. And if we can find a way to tap that, if we can find a way to keep them here and keep them engaged, this country will go so far. To me, that's Trinidad and Tobago's biggest potential.
Great point. Darren, pros of soaring?
Yeah, I think recently, what we've been seeing is, so by local, it includes, I guess, on-premise within our customers' data centers, and then local hosted, which is like in the local data centers here by a provider locally. There are customers who, when they classify the data, and the data is classified as, in a strictly confidential or of threat to organization or of threat to economy, if it was ever released, that type of data should not leave the country. That type of data should stay within the country. And you have to also think of, when you classify data like that, you have to think of at rest, so that's storage. You have to think of in transit, where does it go to, if you're able to communicate it. And then you have to think of processing, so the processing of that data. All of that must be done locally, right, if it is classified in that way. And then the second advantage I think that we've seen recently is local hosters could bill in TT dollars. And that is a huge advantage now because you're earning, your profits are in TT dollars. So therefore you could go to a local provider and pay for these cloud services in TT dollars.
Good, thank you, Darren. So, when we look universally, or maybe when this whole cloud movement started 10 years ago, the typical reasons that people told us why we should move to the cloud: we're going to save hardware, we never had to manage our own hardware, our operations team was now sitting elsewhere, we were saving real estate, we were saving air condition, all the things that went in as elements of IT costs were now going to be far removed. We neglected to tell those customers that the management or you're outsourcing your IT data centers, but the management or the relationship between the provider and you still needed to exist. Somebody still needed to manage that provider. And that's something that we've seen as not happening in the industry. People think you move it and you say it's their problem. Whatever goes wrong, it's their problem. They have to fix it. That that's not necessarily so. And I see that was one of the major things that we have to look at as the pro and con side as we go along this discussion. So the other side of that coin is that if you're looking at that international hosting versus local hosting, you have to provide your own technical expertise to do something. So if you have a network hack or a breach, you throw your staff at that problem to try and solve it. If you look at most companies in Trinidad today, we probably have 1.5 system administrator who's doing many other things besides looking at, say, cybersecurity attacks. The larger companies that are abroad, Google, IBM, Microsoft, could throw 5,000 engineers at an issue. So that's one of the things that we also have to look at when we start talking about internationally. Keenan, your thoughts on cons of international hosting?
So one of the challenges we face when we start advertising our data center services, a lot of local companies don't really understand what we do. What we're selling is really space. That's basically what we're doing. We're selling a rack with cooling, power, and remote hands. But a lot of businesses think that, okay, they're going to call us and we're going to manage the entire IT infrastructure for them. That's not necessarily the case. Yes. You still have to load your servers, you still have to manage them, you still have to maintain them, you still have to license them. And that's a big gap for us. Now, when we look at the grander scheme of things, we only have 1.2 million people in Trinidad. I think that number has changed now, but it's probably a little bit more. But if we were to take everybody's data in this whole country, Google, Facebook, everything, I am sure we can fit it in maybe one rack, one cabinet, or maybe two, maybe, right, with new technology. Now, if we have 8 or 9 data centers in Trinidad, how are we really going to fill, if we're just looking locally, how are we really going to fill those spaces with customers? We have to look internationally. And that's where the challenge comes in, because when we start looking internationally, you go to somebody in the Caribbean and they're going to ask you, well, why should I come to Trinidad to host it? Why can't I just go to the US? Then I've had the question asked to me, why should I host my website in your data center when I could pay GoDaddy $3 a month US, which is nothing?
Sure. I absolutely agree. Darren?
We doing pros?
We're doing pros of hosting internationally.
Okay, my space.
Today.
Just for this moment. Okay, so going back to what we were talking about earlier in data classification, and I'll use that as a pivot to talk about the benefits. When you think about being able to innovate and being able to do big things as an organization, you have to think, well, okay, what if you had access to a limitless compute power? Or what if you had access to limitless storage? Or so the first thing is scalability, right? Where you can, with the public cloud, you could scale out as big as you can imagine, right? Or as big as you need to do. The other thing is that a public cloud provider, of course, is economies of scale, will have deeper pockets, and therefore will be able to offer those services on a large scale at a cheaper cost. So the second one is the cost of the actual service. The third thing is that with the deeper pockets, they're also able to invest billions of dollars into cybersecurity and also into meeting international compliance standards, which could get you to, let's say you have to meet GDPR. The cost of implementing GDPR is enormous because you have to have the capability within the technology to detect or erase a person's data in everywhere that data exists. Or you have to have the ability to notify a user that their data was breached within 48 hours. So the technology itself has to be able to do that. With these big investments that the international providers will make, they give you that capability off the bat as part of the service. So I would say that the ideal scenario is hybrid. Because again, it does not meet that data classification issue where where you have to keep the data here. So you can't use it as your only provider. It must be hybrid. And I think that the de facto should be use public cloud when you can, where there's no limitation, and then use the private or use the in-house on-prem where there is need or where there is risk. And that would be my thinking on it.
Ian, those advantages that the international host has brought to the table initially have more or less disappeared by now in terms of scalability, elasticity. What I've read of your Tier 3 data center at the TSD, they've eliminated a lot of those kinds of advantages, disadvantages. The problem is still volumes to justify the investment. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think like everything else, this is fit for purpose, right? Depending on the size of business that you run, the type of service that you want done, there's always going to be fit for purpose. So as ridiculous an example as this sounds, it's like the automotive industry. If I was looking for a car that I was going to be driving 8 hours a day and doing, 60,000 miles a year, I'm probably going to look for a different kind of car than one that, I'm driving for an hour a day and I'm doing 30 miles a day. And I think, if you look to go offshore, depends what you want. To Keenan's point, for the folks who want to pay, and I'm just using the numbers, $3 and $5 to host something in GoDaddy and so on, obviously that's a subscription. You're not going to get any, value add services per se with that. But I think it really does boil down to what is it you're looking for. Ultimately, I think for most organizations, it's either going to end up being local or, as Daryl said, a hybrid. What you'll hear a lot of people referring to nearshore and offshore, and a lot of people want the nearshore and offshore for additional resilience. To your point, George, and there's all sorts of arguments about who has, formal tiered structure and who doesn't. There are a lot of people who will refer to, well, I have a tier 2 or tier 3 design. There's a big difference between a tier 3 design and a tier 3 data center. Just in general, there are really only 2 companies in the world who have become the de facto standard of judging data centers. So one is called Uptime, and the other is called TIA. So you'll have data centers referred to that certification, and those certifications mean something to the big 4, who will help companies typically make decisions. And then even more complexity, and I guess this would be considered arguably a pro for overseas or a pro for the people who've taken the investment locally. But it isn't just about the facility that is tiered, but it's the infrastructure, people, process, tools. Because a data center is not just about a building, it's about the people that run it, it's about the processes, it's about the audit, and it is about the constant reinvestment. So, I'll give an example. We've just gone through a process to renew our Tier 3 status that will now run us roughly until 2022. If companies stop or slow down that investment, obviously over time they're going to lose it. Some companies, depending on the size, corporate Caribbean governments will want to insist on that tiered structure. Other companies, maybe in the SME corporate, say, doesn't make a difference to us. And one thing we haven't discussed here, Darren, I think you touched on the subject in terms of what should be off or what should be on, but we also have to understand that our legislation in Trinidad, given that much of it was written literally decades ago, it doesn't allow as yet for a lot of government data to reside outside of Trinidad and Tobago. So I'll give an example I know of is criminal records. So if we have criminal records, be it fingerprint, just be it ordinary criminal records, our legislation would not allow for that to sit in Napa, the Americas. If the legislation is changed, then it would. So, you have pros and cons for both. I think probably hybrid, assuming there is formality with the tiers, makes sense. But there is still a certain amount of data that legally it's not possible to house that outside of Trinidad and Tobago as yet.
Good. Ian, you said time and TIA for the benefit of the audience. Can you explain what TIA is?
So these are bodies, they're companies, bodies that have developed this certification, Tier 1, Tier 2, 3, 4, 5. And effectively, I mean, just in addition to the obvious stuff, the security, the resilience, etc., but aside of the security, what it boils down to is what uptime am I paying a year? So the difference with a 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a 5 boils down to, a 5 is 100%, where literally you are guaranteed, and it'll be written into an SLA that if that fails, there will be penalties attached. Obviously, a Tier 4 will come to X minutes a year, a Tier 3, and so on and so on and so on. So many times with a company, it comes down to what would happen if my company had information, data in the cloud, and I couldn't access it for 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours. To many companies, it'll be a pain in the neck, but I'll get by. But literally to other companies, and we're not here to name companies, but there's some corporates in Trinidad that will tell you that if they couldn't access their data for an 8-hour working day, the impact to their bottom line will exceed $1 million. So for them, they're prepared to pay more because they want to make sure that that doesn't happen. So effectively, Uptime, TIA are two companies who are recognized that when they say, yes, I can put my rubber stamp on this for 2 years, people can effectively take that to the bank to say, yes, this is a guarantee, and I'm happy to deal with this company based on that.
Good. So this is it gives a good segue into Keenan. Keenan, in as non-violent terms as possible, can you tell us about how the regulations have been affecting your business in Trinidad?
So,
I know it's a touchy subject. Nobody's recording you, so go ahead.
So really three main components you need for a data center is space, power, and connectivity. That's the three main ingredients, basically. So think of a data center like a factory, right? You take power in, you take connectivity into a building, and you process that raw material, if you want to call it that, and then you deliver a product. It's just that this product that's being delivered isn't a physical product that you can feel or touch. It's a digital product. So it's a website, or it's a voice over IP service, or it's an OTT service, or whatever have you. Now, while the data center space is not regulated in Trinidad, the telecom space is. And what you find is that a lot of telecom providers own and operate data centers. So it goes interchangeably. Our regulatory environment is not as, I would say, as open, because I've been to Guyana, I've been to many parts of the Caribbean, I've been to North America, and we've done business there, and it was way more easy for us to get things done. For example, I'll give you one very good example. So because Trinidad of the geography, we're located south of the hurricane belt, we do have a lot going for us. We have cheap power for now. We have a very talented workforce compared to the other islands and compared to Latin America. So there's certain geographic benefits of being in Trinidad, one of them being LEOs. So the LEO market, which is a low Earth orbit satellite, basically SpaceX is developing it, OneWeb is developing it. They need to build an access network across the entire globe that they can uplink to their satellites and provide connectivity to the globe. Long story short, we proposed to the regulator in Trinidad. They said we can't do it. So we have these opportunities for foreign exchange, but because one goes with the other, I mean, I could sell you a box, I can sell you space, but if I can't connect you back to your network, or if I can't provide that last mile or that last piece that you need to use to make, because basically what I'm selling is a box. I'm selling a box that has cooling, that has connectivity. If you want to now connect that box to their satellite, we can't do it.
Okay.
And the long and story short of it is that the Guyana market has opened up to that, and they are doing it. And Trinidad and Tobago, unfortunately, because of our regulatory framework, just doesn't.
So Darren, any of these local regulations affect your business model?
I mean, we've been big advocates of the Data Protection Act. We believe that there is a significant need for all jurisdictions to have a Data Protection Act. And it goes beyond, regulating, big companies or small ones, but regulation is just needed to protect you, really. I'll give you an example. Right now, if let's say your ATM card was skimmed, is there a regulation that says that the bank has to look back at all the people who use that ATM and contact them and say, well, your card was breached? The answer would be not yet, right? We don't have that regulation yet, but we count on the good nature of the banking system to do that. Now, if you think of a company that has something to lose, if it were found out that they were breached, they could hide, or they could be tempted to hide that fact and not notify anyone and just move along. And we think that that's not right, and we think that all jurisdictions must implement a proper Data Protection Act to protect you.
Okay, good. So Darren is actually going off in a direction that's going to be subject of the next TTMAG seminar, which is this whole data privacy and our links into the GDPR system. To get you or to prevent you from falling asleep, I will now open the floor to have some audience participation, questions that you may have for the panel, or general observations that you want to make about hosting locally or internationally. The microphones are across the room. Any questions? You're going to make us do all the talking? Come on, guys. You can walk over to the mics if you want. This one right here, Cindy, should be fine.
Hearing me? All right. Good afternoon. I like the conversation so far, and I heard some resemblance of an answer to the question I'm going to ask. My question was going to be, what are the inhibitors to us actually adopting some form of cloud solution in a local context? I heard Keenan talk about regulation, and I heard Ian talk about legislation. I'd like to talk about what else.
So let me give you a real world example. 5 years ago, we hosted our own emails, hosted our own data backups, our own cloud system. And we can do it quite easily because we own a data center, right? But after the years has passed, we've realized that we're not doing things as effectively as we should, and there are things that we can be doing better. So we started looking. One of our options was Office 365, Darren, and one of the options was Google. So unfortunately, Darren, we didn't go with 365. We went with Google. But we paid $5 US a month per user, and we were able to get the entire service done on the cloud. Now, we are a local data center provider, so you would think that we would want to do it ourselves, but we realized the value that comes with going with a cloud-based, with a Google-based platform, because we just don't have the capacity to build all these things ourselves. So we had to go to either Office or to Google. And a lot of companies in Trinidad are going that way because it's just easier for them. It's easier for them to, rather than have to manage the box, manage everything that goes into that box, than to just pay Google or pay Microsoft $5 a month per user. So that is one of our biggest challenges of hosting locally, is that unless we build the capacity, unless there's some young entrepreneur here or in this school or in this country that can build something to compete against Google or Microsoft, it's just the cheaper and better way to go.
So, Ian, any thoughts on this, or you okay?
So I just wanted to get some clarity, if I may, on the question. Sorry, but I heard the word inhibitor, and I just wanted to just get clarity. My apologies.
So you mean these two guys answered the question without that clarity?
Clearly they're smarter than I am.
Leap of faith. What I'm really looking for is any reason why we cannot do this properly and completely and wholly within the local context. We have been doing a lot of adoption of cloud and use of cloud-based solutions, but it's always been, or primarily been, with an external provider. In Darren's case, it's the Microsoft space. We have a lot of other organizations who are adopting an international or multinational body to deliver some of those services. And I'm trying to understand why we can't do this of ourselves, like in Estonia.
So, and I don't say this facetiously, I've agreed with George not to plug my company, but let me just say that, it is, when we built out our facility, and it depends on the market that you aim for. There are multiple data centers in Trinidad, and people aim for different markets. We have absolutely aimed for the international corporate market, and that's exactly why we've gone through the very, very onerous, very tedious, but we think worthwhile tiered rating, because that rating allows us to go anywhere in the region, in the world. And what we're doing, let's be perfectly frank, and when I say we, I talk all of us, it's commoditized. So we don't see an inhibitor. To Keenan's point, he's absolutely right. We will also do white labeling. So what he referred to is white labeling. So you take Office 365 or Google or whatever, and you white label it as yours. The back-end engine development support comes from the originator. But in terms of an inhibitor, we have, I'm very proud to say we've competed internationally in the last year. We've won business away from international providers, and it's being delivered locally with, to Keenan's point, local persons, with resilience, with standards that meet the standards anywhere else. Trinidad, one of our advantages, we speak about pros, is economies of scale. We have, I certainly think for an island of our twin island state size, I think we have a lot of brain power, a lot of talent. You have people like Keenan at age 17 founding his own company. So I think the talent's there. And I think for the companies who want to invest in Trinidad, and they're prepared to invest in Trinidad, and not this, well, it's Trinidad. If I'm going to compete on the global scale, I'm going to compete on the global scale. And I don't think there is an inhibitor, at least for the market we're aiming at. We're very pleased to say that we've been able to go out there, compete on a level playing field, and win.
Cindy, I forgot to ask you please to give us your name, rank, and serial number. Introduce yourself to the audience.
Sorry, I'm so used to everybody knowing me. Hi, everybody. I'm Cindy Ramsuk. I am an strategic IT and project management consultant.
Thank you, Cindy. Kevin, same for you.
Hi, good day, everyone. My name is Kevin Swift. I work with LACNIC, but I'll be asking this question in my own capacity. I wanted to go back to the question of data classification and the example of criminal data. I found that interesting because I'm not sure if our national security and justice apparatus will be keen on seeing that hosted offshore, per se, but that's
I'm sorry, I don't know if I didn't make myself clear. So that would be a case that could not, in any way, shape, or form,
exactly,
be hosted offshore.
Right.
is what I've said.
Okay.
Yeah.
But staying away from the legislative mechanisms, because that's a different topic altogether, what would you say would be the safeguards to customers who will want to have data hosted and you're thinking of having it hosted in the US, but they'll be subject to things like the USA Patriot Act, which are non-technical issues that could have a serious impact on the businesses they're trying to support?
Yep. Right.
So, great question. Many times, and I can only speak for our client base, many times with our client base, people will want, so although we have resilience here, so God forbid if something happened in one facility, we'd be okay. But, a lot of people will say, well, I want what is sometimes called nearshore, offshore. And so for someone who doesn't want to, and we've had clients who say, well, I don't want to run any risk with the Patriot Act, they could look at the ABC Islands, they could look at Bahamas, you could look at Cayman, you could look at Europe, Canada. So, the US, while we have subsea fiber that runs in to the US, but if I look at our rings, we could host it in another Caribbean island, we could host it in Central America for people who don't, want to say, listen, I don't want my data on US soil for whatever reason.
And I'm just being very inquisitive here. These alternatives, they incur different costs, because I'm thinking there are different administrative costs. You mentioned Europe, and therefore you need to ensure GDPR compliance. So these are different costs that the customer will have to...
Correct. If a customer came to us and specified, the first thing we will do is look and say, okay, fine, local, you have a tier 3. Is a tier 3 good for you, or are you prepared to say reality is that this is a safety net, so I'm prepared to go tier 2. I'm just using an example. And then we would say, okay, fine, so here are your options under our umbrella. And depending on where that is, you're absolutely right, there would be different costs depending on, obviously, Europe might be a higher cost base or would be a higher cost base. Central America might be a lower cost base. So, yes, there would be different costs.
Good. Any other follow-up questions? Microphone. Still not hearing you. You can use this mic.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nigel Casimir from the CTU. To bring a question from a government perspective, right? We're talking about hosting locally versus internationally. Are there any government services or data that you can think of that might be amenable to hosting anywhere else but locally? Have you, and maybe you could discuss a bit some of your experiences in interfacing with governments over this decision with respect to their services or data? Because I guess I'm trying to determine whether this is an academic question for governments or not, or whether there's something that some other advice we can suggest to them as well.
Thank you, Nigel. Anybody want to do that?
I could. So, for government data, I'll give an example of the UK, right? So the UK had 6 data classifications. And they realized that having 6 data classifications just made things very complex. So they reduced it to 3. The 3 are official, secret, top secret. And official is if the data was leaked, no riots, no loss of economy, nothing like that, but it is government-owned data. They allowed official data to be hosted in a public cloud through, of course, protected services that you would buy from any global cloud provider. Then secret and top secret had to be either on-premise in their data center or within an authorized data center where they could guarantee that the data at rest, in transit, and in processing will never leave the territory. When they worked out all the data, and what classification they had to apply, official data, which is the data that could be hosted in a public cloud, was 90%. Secret and top secret totaled 10%. And I would expect that that applies to any government. If you think of the data that a government has right now, through the things, even through the Freedom of Information Act, it is supposed to be open to the public. It's supposed to be, if it was leaked, it's okay. It would be fine. So you could take advantages of all the protection, the security, all the ISO standards, all those things, because you know, okay, well, maybe it's more secure there, and that's fine. So that 90-10, I think, would apply to governments. Yeah.
So I also thought that governments in the Caribbean had a plan in the last 5-10 years maybe about open data platforms where you made government data available to anybody who wants to, for demand planning, city planning, how people migrated from rural areas to urban or vice versa. And that open data can reside anywhere. There's no restriction about where you host those kinds of things. I would think that that's another example of something that doesn't necessarily, because you've made it open to the public. Any other questions for us? Yes, sorry.
Albert Daniels, ICANN. The question is to all three of the panelists, if you could each give me a response.
I am on the panel also.
All four of the panelists, sorry. So we know that when it comes to financial transactions, that there are certain technologies that can be implemented to help with different types of attacks, like man-in-the-middle attacks. So for example, DNSSEC, domain name system security extensions, can help between the end user and the ISP and the authoritative source of the financial data. Can each of you speak a little bit about the data in transit? It seems like we are hearing that once it's with you, it's very safe and very secure. What are some of the risks when that data is in transit between you and end user or the owner?
Thank you, Albert. You don't all rush.
You want me to take it first? Okay, so probably in our case, a little different in so much as we provide communication links and we have a data center. Now that doesn't necessarily mean any data center of any consequence will have all providers coming in. It would be very naive of us and very myopic if only our customers who had our links came into our facility. So, we welcome all providers and we think that gives freedom of choice and resilience to customers. So I would say in terms of a provider that has the links, I would say the risk to data comes at 3 points. You start with the client site, you've obviously got the links, and then you've got the data center. So for purposes of example, if I gave an example of company X and they used our links and they used our data center, certainly we are constantly having, so our network is in a constant state of upgrade, literally, for encryption, that type of thing. At the end of the day, right, let's be perfectly honest, humans try to infiltrate and humans try to guard. So it's not, is it impossible for someone's data to be mined or whatever? No, but I would say depending on, again, the type of facility where, if you've got the processes, the security, the people, the infrastructure, then I would say in a data center there is a higher probability that the data is safer. Like I said, in terms of our networks, I can't speak for other companies. Ours is in a constant state of upgrade for encryption to protect that. But you've got, whether it's an ATM or whether you're sitting at your laptop in rituals, hackers are constantly there. And so that's where, I would encourage companies, and again, it depends on the size of the company, the sensitivity of the data, but I would say that's where firewall technology comes in. For companies of a certain size, I would certainly say it makes sense to have some form of SLA that they can be having pen tests done, penetration tests, to ensure and give them alerts, or even go to a company that specializes in security, that they don't have to look for breaches. The company will come to them and say, I think potentially there's been a breach here, and this is what we've done. So I hope that gives some sense to what you're looking for.
Keenan, your thoughts?
So this is really where partnerships coming. For example, for us, we don't have the resources or the expertise to provide that end-to-end encryption. But what we can provide is a space that is safe, that is closer to the customer. So for example, in a case like ours, we may partner with Darren for Microsoft and tell Microsoft, okay, we have this space, this secure space that we can provide you with connectivity and cooling, and you can install your appliances or your boxes there. So we would benefit in terms of the rental for that real estate, and then Microsoft would benefit from getting the end user and being able to be closer to that user. So that's really where there's there's a lot of companies that try not to get their foot wet in both. So for example, Equinix only provides data centers services, but they partner with hundreds and thousands of other companies to provide other services, but they don't sell it. Because I think in this type of industry, you can sort of be good at one thing or bad at many. And that's really where we come in. We try to just focus on what we are good at, and then whoever wants, so what we will do, we'll sell you a pipe, and the pipe is completely open. It's your responsibility, or it's the customer's responsibility to put whatever security they want to put on there. Because if we try to circumvent that, then there's some legal requirements as well too. Because we can't, as an ISP, we cannot intercept anybody's data or try to manipulate it in any way.
Good. Any thoughts on that? Or?
Yeah, I mean, data in transit, encryption is the answer. I mean, we encrypt at rest, in transit, and in processing, right? When you think of, I know we're talking in general about cloud, but I want to break it down into infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and then software as a service. So when you think of, if you think of a technology, you have to think, well, okay, from the ground up would be the network is connected to the server then provides resources to, and then you go into things like identity and access, so who controls the logins, reset password, those types of services, all the way up. So in infrastructure as a service, we basically provide a big data center that meets ISO standards and the network. But what you create a VM and you put it in our data center, you have to manage your VM and the security of your VM. We will manage the protection of the network because that's what you outsource to us, right? So we will manage the protection of the network, the box, the physical security, all those things. When you get to platform as a service, we'll take another role where we'll manage now the security of the actual platform itself, the actual processing, so things like the .NET framework, web, the web technologies, all those things, we'll protect that, we'll patch it, and you outsource that to us, and then you take responsibility for the actual website or the app. And then when you get to software as a service, which is like Office 365, we manage everything. So you just buy the service and you have email. So email is your service. The thing with that is that the fact that we can invest so much allows us to do things that a regular operator can't do. Like, I'll give you a simple example, which is attachments, email attachments. We detonate them in a controlled environment. If we detect that that attachment is malware, we look through all globally where that malware exists, and we will wipe out that attachment globally from our services. If you had that in, let's say, a government office and you found this malware, you'd have to say, well, hey, anybody else has that malware, and then move throughout. And that's not, I'm saying it's because we have the deep pockets, and that's what you outsource to us. And so there's an advantage to that. So keep in mind the 3 clouds, and then what you're outsourcing to us, and then, you know, what level of protection that you have in each one of the 3. Yeah.
Thank you, Darren. You have another question?
I just want to know what.
Identify yourself.
Sorry, Jacqueline Morris, ISOC, IGov, and a couple other places. But in this particular case, I'm at ISOC. What I wanted to find out from you guys is how does it affect you that the national cloud policy has not yet been approved by Cabinet with regard to how you guys are working with the government? Because the government is one of your largest data holders in the country.
Jackie, can you repeat the question? We're not hearing you properly.
Sorry. Is this one better?
Sorry, go ahead.
That's better? Okay. What I wanted to know is, how does it affect your businesses, the fact that Cabinet has not yet passed or approved the cloud policy for government services?
Health policy, sir?
Cloud policy.
Cloud policy, sorry. So how Cabinet has not yet approved the cloud policy. So what are your thoughts on that? How do you move forward as far as governments are concerned?
I don't want to answer that question because I'll get myself in too much of trouble with the government. So I'll just pass that.
He's the anti-regulator guy.
For us, I mean, we partner with the government. We gave inputs on the cloud policy. We act as if the cloud policy is enacted. We went through the cloud policy, and we made sure that our services met the standards for the way that it was written. It follows a lot of GDPR, honestly, and that's a great thing for us because that is the gold standard for privacy compliance and transparency and security. The thing I would say about it is that it needs to be passed like 1 year ago. It needs to be passed now. And we are absolutely ready and already ready and acting as if it's been passed, and we will continue to meet those regulations as we do with other jurisdictions and other geographies. And you would find that once you've built your system for GDPR, which we did, Microsoft took GDPR and we said it was not for EU, it was for all, because we felt it was the gold standard. And so we, in Trinidad and Tobago, customers of our services actually get GDPR compliance from us. We don't say, well, hey, I won't take the risk because it's not enacted. So when we did that, it allowed us to act as if it were enacted. And when we scan it, we meet pretty much a good bit of it, and we will continue to give inputs as where we are invited to, because we want it passed. Yeah.
Ian?
Yeah, I would say that it hasn't, in answer to your question, it really hasn't affected us. I do agree it needs to be passed, but our view is that for government agencies, obviously the question is specific to government. For government agencies, they will have needs. Much like Darren, we make the assumption that this will be passed and therefore we're ready for it. But I would say that it really hasn't sort of gotten to the point or stopped us from providing a service. If we're ever in doubt as to whether this is data, hypothetically, if someone said I want nearshore, offshore, and we're in doubt as to whether that is possible, we'll obviously raise it and say no. We can only do local and give full resilience local. But other than that, it hasn't really stopped us, inhibited us in any way.
So Jackie, as you know, there are other instances of things like data protection and stuff that has not been enabled or acclaimed yet from the Parliament. That hasn't stopped a lot of the things that need to happen in Trinidad and Tobago. we don't have the fines and stuff in place yet. But like everything else, it has to come if we have to be where we want to be.
Okay, so there's just clarification. There's nothing that you guys can offer the government that could help the government move forward that is being held back by this lack of the approval of the cloud policy, or are we pretty much having everything that you can offer for the national moving forward?
So I would say similar to Darren, where we've been asked for input, we certainly give input. We give as much free advice, consultation as we can, but it's always on the basis of, if asked to contribute, we certainly do.
Okay, so do we have, Jackie, does that answer your question? I think like all other vendors with governments in all the countries, you can give advice, but it also has to be receptive on the other side of the world. So if it's not being received or it's not a priority, then it falls by the wayside. Do we have any more questions from the audience? Yes, sir. If it's giving trouble, can you come up to this microphone, please?
So,
Identify yourself.
Sorry, Agramash. I really appreciate the growth of Airlink. I've looked at the growth over the years. I'm shocked that you decided not to answer the question, but I would like to pose a comment and then a question. For us to develop the capacity in the region, companies like Airlink need, and who have chosen to adopt next generation technology, meaning low orbiting satellites, etc., there needs to be an encouraging and enabling environment for companies like that to progress. Because the truth and fact is, other parts of the world, if you look at this from a global end, too, you speak about being globally competitive. Low orbiting satellites and technology along that line is the way to the future. And companies like Airlink, who has decided to step out and go down that road, I think should be given an opportunity. And businesses, which will essentially drive the market, because if the businesses represented here decide today that, listen, because we want to get to the underserved communities across the region, we are going to use people like Airlink and what they want to do. You'll see legislation and politicians and the whole changing. So my question to the three gentlemen, or four gentlemen, is that four, right? So how do we, one, enable research and development into new emerging technologies? So each one of you, explain to us, how have you adapted over the last 3 years new and emerging technologies in your business, and how are you integrating them? Thank you.
Thank you.
So I would like to start. Thank you for that.
By the way,
sentiment.
Keenan, that was not your plant in the audience.
No. No. So really, to answer your question, the government just has to step out of the way. I've said this on many occasions. This is my personal belief. If Elon Musk was a Trinidadian, he would have been arrested and jailed, because this country just does not foster innovation. The Panorama is the perfect example. It left Trinidad. It took on a new life in Greece. To answer your question, what we have done is we haven't stopped. We've actually set up shop in North America, and we're doing everything that we were told we can't do here, we're doing it there. So it has not stopped us, but I'm a Trini, and I would like to see my country grow. I would like to see this country benefit. the Americans shouldn't benefit because this is coming from here. This should remain here. This should be our focus as a country. I should not have to leave Trinidad and Tobago to go to the US to develop this type of technology, it's just crazy. Also, so to answer your question simply, the government just really needs to step out of the way because they are putting up more barriers than anything else. And we've seen it, not just from the regulator's point of view, but even from the government as a whole. Because we've wrote to the regulators, we've wrote to the ministers, we've wrote to as high as you can go, and they just don't seem to care. So.
Okay, thanks a lot. Any other additional questions? If not, I'm going to go back to the panel for some closing remarks. No questions? Okay, great. So, Ian from the top, final words before we close today's session?
Yeah, so I think I'm actually going to use the last gentleman's question for the closing comments. I mean, I do think that there is innovation taking place, and I'd like to give an example with us. So we provide software as a service that is software that we have developed over the past 10 years, and it's specific to procurement. We have people registered, users all over the world. I think at last count something like 1,200. So I do believe there is innovation, and I can tell you as a provider with local people doing development and hosting it in our facility and so on, I do believe development is there. I think it could be better, and that's where the government may be able to come in and offer incentives. Very quickly, George, if you look in the 1990s, government of Barbados had a huge offshore IT developers set up. I think at one stage there were in excess of 2,000 developers there. They gave tax incentive to companies. And at one stage in Barbados, believe it or not, there was an Intel factory. And this was all based on incentives. So I think there is a lot of innovation here. Could it be more? Could it be better? Yes. I think, who knows, maybe with right now government's focus, both parties are going to be general elections this year. Let's hope maybe at the end of the year we're seeing, regardless of who is in power, a government that recognizes what IT can do for the country in terms of our development.
Thank you, Ian. Darren, closing remarks?
Yeah, sure. Honestly, I think it is the best time in the history of humankind to innovate. I think when you think of platform as a service, which is the ability for us to provide things like artificial intelligence or a database that's distributed across the globe, the sky is the limit of what any Trinidad national can dream of can be implemented because they have this technology in their generation and at their fingertips. So when you think of, well, how do we foster that innovation? It goes back to a lot of the work that people are doing on the ground to build out and encourage students to get into the STEM fields, the STEAM fields, to get into coding, to get to understand technology. And when you think of if you pair it up with the power that we're giving them just by going online and signing up for an account, immediately you can scale your application across the globe. All that's limiting them is just the skills, which we need to work on, and the encouragement, which as parents we all have to work on. But then the barrier of the technology is gone. And we live in a great time for that. And I think that I'll close on that positive note.
Tina?
So for me, the question was locally or internationally. My heart is locally. And I really think that I still believe that this can work. I still believe that we have the best potential. We have the people of this country are the brightest and the most innovative. And we just really have to find a way to tap that untapped potential. I would say this could be bigger than oil for us. Maybe we've gotten too rich, we've gotten too fat, maybe. But now as the oil has passed, what is the next thing for Trinidad and Tobago? And for me, really, it's the people. And we will build the infrastructure. We just need bright young minds to fill it with, you know.
Thank you, Keenan. Ian, brought back some memories there when I think about the number of people we lost in the 80s to this company in Barbados. We all lost Trinidad-based resources to move over to Barbados, and they were well taken care of because of the incentives that the Barbados government offered to that venture. Please join me in welcoming and thanking our panel for their excellent contributions. I'm sure. Thank you, gentlemen, for your time and industry experience that you've brought to this table. That brings us to the end of this part of the event, the seminar, this final panel session. I'll now hand you back to Tracy, the chairman for today's procession. Gentlemen, thank you. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, Ian. Keenan, thank you very much. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much. So according to my agenda, I believe we are moving on to the open forum now. Just hang on a sec.
We're leaving you out again.
Actually, no, it says it's a break. So we'll take a break while the photo op happens. Liquid break. Liquid refreshments. So, 10 minutes break. I'm wondering if my TT Map colleagues will join me for the open forum like last year. Any directors willing to join me? Or we'll just stay from the floor and do it? Okay.
Feel that?
I'm feeling it right now. So yes, I think some of what needs to happen is this sort of conversation like what we're having right now. People expressing their focal areas, what they want to do, and people such as yourself who've been in that particular field a little bit longer than us, so who have more regional and international experience, letting us know, hey, that will work, or maybe that won't work, you know?
But that is actually part of the reason that the IGF exists, to have the conversations that don't fit into the narrow technical areas like ICANN and the DNS, or LACNIC, ARIN, etc., and the numbers.
Of course.
We've got all these spaces where that are very narrow technically. You don't want them to go over their remit. You don't want them to lose their focus. So the IGF was created as a catch-all space for everything else that comes up around the internet.
Great. I look forward to participating for the next year, or maybe next future years, the foreseeable future.
But the thing is, it's more than a year. We've got to work on this stuff. We've got to keep these conversations going all through the year. That will create the next IGF, you know. If we keep the conversation going from now, then we end up with discussion topics and so on.
You have my commitment entirely, completely. Awesome. Great. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies. Hello, thank you. All right, let's reconvene for our open forum with those who are left. It'll be great if we could kind of huddle more, come together. Looks like we're having a lot of it's like a cheese slice or something here of holes. Guys, if we could just come forward a bit. Come forward now. Please. All right. These are what. All right. So the way the open forum works, for those who are not familiar with it, is that, well, I guess we are going to be fielding some questions from you, but you're also free to just comment on topics. For example, if you have burning issues from before, feel free to raise them. Yeah. So the issues that you would like to ask questions of, it could be on topics of internet governance, ICT. However, we are not the government of Trinidad and Tobago, so you can, don't think you could ask us questions on ICT policy, etc. But you can make an observation or comment if you like. So what you're seeing here is the, I'm Tracy Hackshaw, to my left, George Gobin.
Your premises, you have to be here.
To his left, Professor Patrick Hossain. To his left, Robert Martinez. To his left, Ajmal Nazir. His left, Devananti Laksing. To his left, Rabindra Dani Jagannath. To his left, finally, not a man, Anita Sohan. And to his left, Dev Gosain, who actually is our host for today's session. So I don't know why we're all standing here like this, but
No, we want to be interactive.
right, but we're going to be standing here for a bit apparently. While you ask these questions, I see Jacqueline is, Nigel is burning to ask a question, and I'm going to. Yes.
Yes, Nigel Casimir again. I don't have a question. It's an item of feedback. I think it was a good idea to move the TTIGF to a school environment where we could have had participation from the students. It's a pity they couldn't stay the whole day. Maybe we could also encourage more of the tertiary education community as well. And I also think it was a good idea to try to move it around Trinidad and maybe Tobago in future using some of the technology, maybe with remote hubs and that sort of thing. But I think it was refreshing to have it, at a different place with with a conscious effort made to engage a different audience.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'd like to recognize, you have a question?
Yeah.
I'd like to recognize Mr. Raj Ramdas from RC International, who worked tirelessly to get schools here. These are secondary schools, thank you. As well as some of the youth leaders. Also, members of our TT MAG would have helped with getting the youth leaders together, including Professor Hussain, and Sanjay Bahadur Singh, who's not here. I'm going to hand the mic to you shortly. The tertiary issue, though, is a challenge. I'll just say that because we did reach out to tertiary institutions. The youth leaders actually came from tertiary institutions primarily, but we did not have them here today to a large extent. So we want to fix that. We know that universities keep saying they have exams or classes, but it's not hard to take a day off and come and interact with everybody else. Why not? Oh, I'm seeing one guy saying there's one tertiary guy. All right, yeah, represent, Judge.
I thought Demise would talk about the schools that we've visited in the last quarter, the names of schools. Demise is the kind of person that this organization cannot do without. All his admin assistance and support for us. Demise? Hold on. No. Okay.
We did visits with Lakshmi Girls and Astra, Tunapuna. And what else did we do?
We did somebody in DB or one of the schools in down
We
south.
didn't physically do it, but we did send them the
physically do it, yeah.
presentations. And most of them are here today.
Okay,
we had
great.
to leave earlier.
Thank you, Demise.
Demise wanted to say anything to that? No? We have a comment from Jacqueline Morris.
Right, Jacqueline Morris, ISOC, TT. What I wanted to talk about is the fact that so many times people still think of the IGF as an event, a one-off, and say, we'll see you next year. Whereas the IGF, by definition, when we came up with it, is that it's a process. It's a process of conversation. It's a process of interaction. It's a process of collaboration, working towards the problems, to surface the problems and the issues that people have around the internet that do not fit in the narrow technical remit of the ICANN, the IETF, et cetera, et cetera. So how do we work to make sure that that we keep the conversation going, and this can then lead seamlessly into the next highlight event. But the point is that so much of the work is supposed to get done during the year. It's not just, oh, we've come here, this is lovely, we've gone to an event. Because it's really not supposed to be an event. Tracy, you know what I'm talking about, right? Right. That's my point.
Right. Thanks for that, Jacqueline. So what basically Jacqueline is saying that, look, IGF is happening once a year and nothing happens in between until the next year, and it shouldn't be like that. So she's absolutely right. We recognize that. We've seen that. This is our fourth IGF, and we have started to put measures in place or even start thinking about, okay, look, how do we do things in between? So last year we did the GDPR or the data protection. There were activities that happened during last year as part of that. As the conversations that took place in the IGF, we did further work. Two of our members were just in Barbados, I think 2 days ago, or came in last night, relating to that. It got us the audience or the presence at those events. So this year we're planning to put in more effort just to continue with the work that we're doing here, maybe have more events or other days where we can get together and progress. In terms of getting more people involved, it is resource intensive. People have to allocate time. And again, as the TT MAG is growing, as also the IGF or TTIGF is growing. We're getting more people interested, more people want to contribute. So the other thing that we are looking at is saying, okay, look, how can we get external people, working groups involved and give them sub-projects which they can basically work on and push the initiatives further.
This is a conversation that George and myself, we both attended the GDPR forum in Barbados over the last 2 days. So we haven't discussed it as a board as yet, but we see that there is a gaping hole in terms of the whole awareness of GDPR and the implications in Trinidad. So one of the things we're going to recommend to the board is let us have an outreach session sometime soon where we can get, well, in inverted commas, experts who can talk about GDPR and also get the respective communities in Trinidad, including the legal profession, including the business sector, to come and understand how this is going to impact upon the companies within Trinidad and what we collectively can do.
Albert Daniels, I can. When you stand like this at the 4th TTIGF, I mean, apart from the fact that you look nice in your white shirts, it's easier to see that there's been some change on the TTMAG. So my question is not only to the current directors, but it includes responses, if they are, from your previous, at least one director I see sitting in the audience. I cover the Caribbean with ICANN, 32 territories, and I use the TTMAG as a shining example of a multi-stakeholder advisory group many times throughout the Caribbean. You know, this is how you should do it. You should do like the TTMAG, form a multi-stakeholder group to guide your internet governance discussions. My question is, does anyone have any experiences that they can speak about related to helping other countries do what you've done here in the TTMAG, or have you gotten any other requests from any of the countries for assistance to form something like the TTMAG? I see Jacqueline is getting ready to stand already. But that is the question. Hopefully, you know, I can hear something from the board.
All right, thanks for that, Albert. In terms of, well, first, thank you for recognizing that we're doing a good job. We are still a work in progress. We're learning from our mistakes. We're going out there, seeing how other people are running their TTMAGs, learning from them. And we do feel that we're ahead of some of the other MAGs out there. In terms of helping the region, we've had these discussions. We are definitely open to helping them. We did get an invite about 2 or 3 years ago from Grenada, and that was through my personal connection with Grenada, being an ISP in Grenada. So the NTRC in discussions asked us to come and assist with them setting up a MAG. We did offer, but then I don't know if there was a change in agenda or what happened. The offer wasn't taken up. Maybe we should reach out again and see if we can assist with them. But we're definitely open for any regional initiative or anybody that wants to set up a MAG. We can tell them what's worked for us, where the challenges are for us, and where they can learn from us, and we can support them with any toolkits or materials that we have.
And yes, again, thank you very much, Alvin, for your recognition. Albert Daniel, for your recognition. Yeah, you're right. Thanks again. You know, the couple of IGFs that I've attended, I've also tried to sell the model because it's not propagated, you know, through the region. And of course, you have to go slow, you have to go easy. And what I want to say, the reason why I really take the mic is that we are willing, there's nothing that we do in the MAG that is a secret. We are willing to share.
Hello. My name is Maria O'Brien. I'm just representing the GDG and Women Tech Makers Google communities here today. But also my work this year, I think, will be focusing on one of our areas going to be mental health in the technology industry. I just wanted to suggest, as you plan this year's agenda, that maybe it should be considered some of the mental health experiences of people within your community. Most of us in the development and tech community, I think, have very tech-heavy lives. It does have a mental health impact. I don't know if it comes up in discussions in your international conferences that you attend. The ones that I've been to don't really talk about mental health at all. Even in the conversation, the little interview that we just had, I think it's definitely an area that I feel is almost taboo to bring up in the tech community because we have so many more important things to talk about besides our personal experiences. Also, I wanted to know what work did you think you might do this year in diversity and inclusion in your events? And if you don't have any plan, I suggest maybe considering it as a focus in your discussions as we try as a global community to work on these areas. Thanks.
Right, thanks for that. Just a quick response in terms of mental health and IT. Now, mental health and let's say IT, it's a large scope. I mean, you could take it from the social media, from the users, and then you take it down to, let's say, the actual IT people. So I'll just give an example of something very specific to my own field. So my background is very technical, networking, RF engineering, setting up an ISP, running that for the last 15 years. And an ISP network needs to be up 24/7. So we have a core team of engineers of about 4 or 5 people that would know the network inside out, and you're always on call. And most of the work that you do proactively has to be done at night. So your downtime window, even though you have users at night, at least the business is not up, it's between 2 o'clock and 5 o'clock. Any changes you want to make, that's your only window. Anything goes wrong with the network, you get escalated. So your sleep patterns go out of the window, you're high pressured all the time, and you don't realize it. So, me in my 20s or early 30s, you're just running off the adrenaline, and you don't realize the impact that it's having on you. And I remember there were team members that would get stressed out, and I wouldn't really understand why they're getting stressed out. They'd always be anxious or have anxiety, sleep deprivations, not being able to spend time with their families, because if there's a network issue or your network is down, then you're not going anywhere until you don't fix that, right? And we used to joke and say, look, we're engineers, and that's the profession we chose. But it does take a toll on you, and I speak to past colleagues, and we discuss this to say, okay, look, maybe we don't realize it, but the after effects in 5 years, 10 years, 15 years of continuous high-pressured environment, what sort of effects it has. So I think it's a very good topic and a discussion to have. Thank you.
Any other comments? Or?
Yeah, Danny said as a collective group on IT and mental health, we're quite happy to be subjects.
Any other comments, feedback, suggestions? Is he paying attention?
We're on? Okay. Now, I just wanted to say about the topic of IT, ICT, internet, and mental health. We do have an issue with that, especially in Trinidad and Tobago, where we have a stigma. Nobody's going to talk because, oh my God, then the company will know, and then they'll find a way to not renew my contract, because so many of us do work on contract and don't have permanent jobs. But that is definitely something that if we had some sort of anonymized kind of discussion throughout the year, this sort of thing would definitely be something that would crop up even in the absence of somebody coming out. You don't have to come out and spill your heart, but when you find that people are having issues, that they are physically ill, that there are stress-related things that you see then you can look at that information over the period of time and say, listen, this is definitely an issue that we do need to start doing, that we need to consider, that we need to talk about. Do you see what I mean? So it's more in the, that's another reason for keeping the thing going throughout the year and not just being at a single point. Because then you have more data points. You can say, yes, this definitely is something that is affecting people and we might need to talk about it.
Thank you. Thank you. Any feedback?
Yeah,
Yes to that?
I just, oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Is feedback? No? Proceed. Thanks.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to the whole mental health aspect because it's something I've observed a lot as well. This is really advice that would be better given to the younger ones who would have that energy and whatnot, but nevertheless, perhaps we could all pass it on. It's okay to just step away from the keyboard, step away from the server room, take a nice long walk, and just breathe. Sometimes that's all it takes to prevent, the breakdown, the burnout, and the stress. Just walk away. Thank you.
Nigel, I wanted to make a comment to your question or the issue that you raised. Remember, at the end of the day, all of us here are volunteers, and these kinds of events are funded by different organizations that we have to go out and ask for donations. So we're trying to make the IGF sessions free because that's a governing rule from the world bodies. So we will continue to strive to do that. The fact that we're having one in South meant that we thought about it, and this was an unserved community in a way. Nothing ever happens in South like this. I say that with maybe a pinch of salt, but people in South generally don't come to events in Port of Spain, traffic, whatever it is. And as you notice, people in South and North generally don't come to events in South. And that's just a territorial, geographic thing, but we're trying to move this around to those communities that don't have a chance or don't have a voice to do things like this. So audience participation for us is key, which helps us grow the event as we go along. And in answer to somebody else's question, we are thinking about doing things like GDPR, data privacy, internet governance itself as we go along this thing. So coming out of this morning's session, as Danny said, we are looking at doing a half-day session maybe on just GDPR, CDPR kind of stuff. So this kind of discussion gives rise to those longer kinds of discussions that we want to have.
Thank you. All right. The mics are empty. We're streaming, you have to use the mic. So if you're not speaking, you have to use the mic. Because we're streaming. Yes.
As a professional, I'm very interested in such a half-day session. I think maybe it should be a 2-day session on privacy. Because in Trinidad, I think from what I've observed, we have a real problem with it with both our national websites, our national service sites. They have privacy issues that are very visible. Also, I would also be very interested. I was not aware of this Barbados session that took place. I'm very sad that I missed it. But if we can have something similar here, where it's really a full sort of industry sensitization about privacy issues that could be live streamed like this, I think it would be amazing. Yeah.
Thank you.
So maybe two things that we want you to have as takeaways: www.mag.tt. Join and keep abreast of the events that we are having, and the specific website for this kind of event is igf.tt. Please take that as a walk away and kind of put those as your favorites among all your other favorites.
And nick.tt.
Nick.tt, which is another sponsor of this event. www.nic.tt, which is we have Dr. Patrick Hussein here is the administrator for this, what we call the CCTLD, or the one that manages the .tt domain, and is a major sponsor of the TT, sponsor and a partner. So thank you, Patrick. Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, do you want to give to all sponsors?
Tracy, you have the thank you speech? You have the list? Vote of thanks.
Before you give the vote of thanks, you know, there's something that you said earlier on, and all the people who live north of the Caribbean River, just stand a minute. I want you all to congratulate these people. They realize there's a world south of where they live. Welcome to South. And thank you so much for being part of today's IGF. Oh, yes.
Go up, going up.
Yeah, right. My apologies. Yeah, well done. Thank you very much.
All right, so I think that sounds like it's the end of the open forum, unless there are any further comments or questions. And it's my responsibility as the chair-elect of the TT Mag to give the vote of thanks. First, I would like to actually announce that TTIGF 2021, Friday, January 29th, 2021. Location to be determined, but the date is there. And the Carnival 2021 is February 15th and 16th, 2021. So it's not Carnival Friday, but it's close enough. For those who are trying to come, Albert, Sherman, Carnival is not too far away. Okay. So without further ado, I'd like to acknowledge, first of all of you who came. Thank you so much. Especially our students who were here earlier. Thank you very much for your students and teachers who might still be here. Mr. Sherdo Seppa, they gave me a different title today, but I'm going to still use the title I'm seeing here. Manager, Regional Affairs, Latin America and the Caribbean, Bureau Internet Society. Thank you so much for your partnership. Also, Mr. Albert Daniels, Senior Manager, Stakeholder Engagement for the Caribbean, ICANN. Mr. Kevin Swift, Head of Strategic Relations and Integration. LACNIC, the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. I'm not sure who's here represent. There we go. Thank you, Tat, for your partnership. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. We'd like to also recognize SM Jalil and Company Limited, who provided the lovely beverages, Oasis and Fruta, beverages you saw today. AVIT, the support for audiovisual equipment and audio and etc. We'd like to also recognize Naparima Boys College for the venue and for prize support in terms of photography as well, and for all the support they've given throughout the day. And in particular, we'd like to recognize, before that, the Internet Governance Forum Support Association for their support again and for their partnership for the 4th year running. And last but by certainly no means least, the Trinidad and Tobago Network Information Center, TTNIC, for their generous ongoing partnership with the TTMAC and the TTIGF. Thank you so much for making this event possible. Really appreciate it. I'd like to extend a special thanks to, and I said it earlier, but I'm seeing him here still, so I'm going to say it again, Mr. Raj Ramdas and Miss Sugan Ramdas from RSC International for their sterling efforts. I think almost all the school children you saw here today were as a result of their efforts. Not all, but maybe 90%. And I'd really like to thank Raj and Sugan and his team for everything. I don't know if, Raj, you just want to acknowledge yourself and your team, this RSC, and not only for bringing the students here, but also for helping us with the session, supporting it, logistics, running around for us. Lots of hidden things that you wouldn't have seen that they were helping us with. Recognition of the schools over here today. Asda Girls College, Tunapuna, DB High School, Naparima Boys College, Naparima Girls High School, Princeton Community College, San Fernando East Secondary, San Juan North Secondary, Sipario West Secondary, Waterloo High School, St. Anthony's College, teacher only, and Presentation College, Chaguanas. And did I miss anyone? Help me? No? So thank you all schools who are in absence for your support. And I'd also like to recognize our youth leaders, who I'll just reiterate: Darren, Shiva, Sarah, Stacy, Neha, and Kimberly. I think I'm only seeing Sarah left, Sarah and Stacy. You could just let me recognize them for the excellent work they did today. Thank you so much. And I would also like to recognize our wonderful event coordinator, Demise Manwaring, who pulled off yet another IGF. Where's Demise? Doing something as usual. So Demise is probably arranging to get this place closed up. So thank you, Demise, in your absence. I really appreciate all the effort you put in here, late nights, and all the buff and interesting talk you got from people. So yes, it came off successfully once again. I'd just like to extend my own personal thanks to everyone for sticking around, first of all, now, and for the contributions and for the participation that you made to the event. It really was astonishing. I was very happy with the passionate and enthusiastic responses you gave in participating in all the sessions, including the Youth Collaborative Exchange. We tried something different. We're going to be sending out a survey, a post-event survey. And I want to encourage you to complete it and to provide some recommendations and input for us to improve for next IGF and for future IGFs. I don't know if I've left anyone out or anything else out. Marina, I want to thank you. Hey, Marina, thank you so much for all of your help. Marina is a member of the Google Developers Group, Port of Spain, and a member of the TT Mag as one of the larger members. I think it's the only other TT Mag, I could be wrong, other member who turned up here besides the what I would call the directors or the core board members. Soroptimus, Jacqueline representing, well, Soroptimus, Jacqueline, thank you. There we go. You're representing Soroptimus. So Soroptimus International and Google Developers Group, Port of Spain. And with that, I'd like to encourage all organizations who wish to be part of the TT Mag to join, ask Jacqueline Morris, Marina, about their, they're not IT, actually, Soroptimus is not an IT group. I think somebody asked me earlier about an IT, are these all IT people? No, we're not all IT people. So Soroptimus is a women's group. So certainly all are welcome. Sorry? Women tech makers, obviously, and we have Rotary, etc. in the group. So join, mag.tt, there's a join link, join. Feel free to join, it's free, there's no cost involved, and get involved and get notified of all the events. Thank our photographer, not sure of your name, but thank you so much for taking all your photos. Appreciate it, he disappears. And with that, I think I would want to, looking to see if I'm missing anything, bring the conclusion to this TTIGF 2020, or for TTIGF. And like Jacqueline said, oh yes, thank you. I'd also like to thank an invisible person who's not, you're not seeing him, Jolie McPhee, who streamed the event through multiple channels. He's a member of the Internet Society and he represents Internet Society New York. And he has also been doing work with the ISOC chapters and streaming the event to other chapters and sharing it around the world. So this event was seen not only in Trinidad and Tobago or participated in it, but it will be seen around the world and it will be stored on the Internet Society's live stream webpage for eternity. So you can go back and watch the event in the future. All right. Did I forget anyone now? No? No. Good. So with that, end of TTIGF 2020. As Jacqueline said, it's a process. So let's continue working together. Let's continue making this happen. And let's plan for next TTIGF 2021, which is TTIGF 5, the 5th anniversary, believe it or not. Thank you so much and have a good evening and safe drive home. Thank you.